Chapter 650. The white-haired old man widened his eyes and looked carefully. He was not a true life form, but he had followed the patriarch before, and his vision was extraordinary. He estimated that the scene in front of him should have reached the opening realm. From universe God realm to opening realm directly? The white-haired elderly couldn't believe it. The young man who came in this time has such a high level of comprehension. A normal breakthrough. One had to first step into the world realm from the world deity realm and grasp the complete laws of the world. Only after a long period of cultivation would one be able to jump out of the cage of the world and open their own path, transcending the laws of the world. However, a stage for world deity who had yet to grasp the complete laws had opened up a path outside of the laws of the world. It was extremely difficult. Even in an epic, the number of people who could do this could be counted on one's fingers. Before Dongbua Shueing in their universe epic, only the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Lord was able to do it. From this, one could see how difficult it was. Of course, this didn't mean that Bloodblade, Temporal Island Lord, Primal Master, and Pangyi's comprehension abilities weren't as good as Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Lords. It was just that they were walking on a more normal path. They first transcended before opening their own paths. If Dongbua Shueing had not come to the starting ground and seen the illusory world, left behind by the ancestor to defend the 3 thatched cottages, he might have transcended first. After a period of accumulation in the future, he would be able to open his Tao path and become a venerable. However, there were no ifs in cultivation. When one comprehended it, one's life would reach a whole new level. Even if one wanted to retreat, they wouldn't be able to. Is this how the venerables feel? Dongbua Shueing smiled. It was wonderful. His body was illusory, yet real. If an enemy were to attack him, they wouldn't even be able to touch him. His body seemed to be illusory. This was the realm. For instance, that strongest world deity's extreme strength and speed was even fiercer than the white sovereign kings. But if he were to meet Dongbua Shueing again, even if Dongbua Shueing was standing right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to touch Dongbua Shueing at all. Once they broke through to the next realm, the gap between them would be too great. I comprehended the Tao of Mirage, right? Dongbua Shueing muttered to himself. The Tao of Mirage. It was above the laws of heaven and earth. It was a huge illusory world that could even contain a normal world. Dongbua Shueing could attack the other party, but the other party could not attack Dongbua Shueing, who was in the illusory world. The reason why my teacher is the #1 assassin in the celestial world and abyss is not only because he is strong in head-on combat, but also because of the Tao of Shadows. Dongbua Shueing thought to himself. The Tao that I've opened up now has the same effect. However, this Tao of Mirage doesn't have much offensive power. Dongbua Shueing shook his head. The Tao of Mirage could construct a mirage world. The mirage world was independent of the normal world, so it was naturally very mystical. But his attack power did not increase. Where there is gain, there is loss. For example, the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master's destruction, lightning, Tao allowed him to transform his body into lightning. His speed was exceptional, and his attack power was also terrifying. His body's defense was also not bad. However, it was only not bad. It was not strong enough in terms of survivability. In fact, his survivability was not even as good as that bottom feeder, Leaf Saint. Thus, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master needed to rely on a ruler. Paragon Huacheng was the same. He was lacking in terms of survivability. As for those who were truly independent and did not need to rely on a ruler, and even dared to provoke a ruler, like Monarch Green, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, Water Devil King, White Sovereign King, and others, they all had extremely powerful survivability methods. Even a ruler would find it hard to kill them. In terms of survivability, Teacher and I can be considered the best. Dongbua Shueing smiled. However, other than the Tao of Shadows, the Bloodblade still had the Tao of Destruction and the Tao of Bloodblade. They were naturally tyrannical and terrifying. However, I have just opened up my Tao and am still very tender. Because Dongbua Shui Ing had obtained detailed information about the various experts in the universe from his teacher, he was able to make a detailed judgment of himself. Being able to open up the Tao of Mirage, Dongbua Shui Ing was still very satisfied. If the paragons were to choose, they would definitely choose this extreme survivability method. Survival was the priority. As for offensive methods, naturally it could be supplemented. Hua, Dongbua Shui Ing stood there. An illusory world spread out in all directions. Due to the influence of the illusory world, Dongbua Shui Ing's illusory world could only extend for 100 meters before it was suppressed by the illusory world left behind by the old ancestor. This is the world that I have opened up, a power that belongs to me. Dongbua Shui Ing stood there as the illusory world beneath his feet corroded the surroundings. This feeling is truly wonderful. Dongbua Shui Ing smiled. Why did teacher remind me not to chase after strength, afraid that I would open up my Tao first? Dongbua Shui Ing frowned inwardly. Opening up your Tao first, the only trouble would be transcending. Little fellow, you have reached the opening realm. The white-haired old man saw Dongbua Shui Ing frowning and asked. Only then did Dongbua Shui Ing come to his senses. He hurriedly said, I am ashamed to have made Senior accompany me for so long. Ha ha ha, my lifespan is limitless. It doesn't matter how long I accompany you. The white-haired old man said, I am asking you a question. Have you reached the opening realm? Yes. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. You have truly stepped into the opening realm from the world deity realm. The white-haired old man praised. Oh, right. How long have you cultivated for? Over 1,000,000 years. Adding in the time acceleration of tens of millions of years, I guess. Dongbua Shui Ing said. The white-haired old man was slightly shocked. He could not help but exclaim, You have cultivated for such a short period of time and actually reached the opening realm. Impressive, truly impressive. Dongbua Shui Snow Eagle chuckled. He then said helplessly, I am quite happy as well. It's just that I have a problem. Now that I have opened up my Tao, it will be difficult for me to transcend. Wouldn't you be able to transcend after becoming a ruler? The white-haired old man said. Becoming a ruler is too difficult. Dongbua Shui Ing was worried. Difficult? You reached the opening realm in just 1,000,000 years. Don't tell me you don't have the confidence to become a ruler? The white-haired old man said. When you open up your Tao, your true deity heart is even stronger than a true god's. You can live until the end of this cosmos epoch. Don't tell me you don't have the confidence to become a ruler when the cosmos epoch ends. Dongbua Shui Ing was clear of this point. The deity heart had the laws fused into the soul. The stronger the Tao one comprehended, the stronger the true deity heart would be. This was also the reason why Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master was able to live until now. Those weaker ordinary world deities thought that the reason Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master was able to live for so long and had such heaven-defying strength was because of some mysterious absolute art. Now that they thought about it, it was indeed laughable. The main reason was that many world deities had too much yearning for an absolute art that could extend their lifespan. How long more before the end of this cosmos epoch? Dongbua Shui Ing asked. It's still early. Only a small half of this cosmos epoch has passed. The white-haired old man said. Naturally, the length of a cosmos epoch isn't certain. If this cosmos suffers from great destruction, it would end even earlier. I understand. Dongbua Shui Ing was also a territory lord of a material world. He understood this logic. Similarly, mortals had different lifespans. Even a mortal world had different lifespans. This cosmos epoch would naturally have different lengths. If it was well maintained and suffered little damage, it would naturally be able to survive for a long time. You've only cultivated for 1,000,000 years, yet you've already reached the opening realm. What are you afraid of? You have too much time to cultivate. The white-haired old man said, as long as you become a ruler before the end of the cosmos epoch, you will be able to transcend. What if I don't become a ruler? Dongbua Shueing asked, the moment the cosmos epoch ends, the river of time will destroy all the life forms that have sunk within. If you sink within, you will naturally be destroyed as well. The white-haired old man said, won't those who transcend be destroyed? Dongbua Shueing asked. Enough. The white-haired old man's expression suddenly sunk, becoming much more gloomy. Don't ask any more. Dongbua Shueing was startled. Ever since they arrived at the starting ground, the white-haired old man had always been rather amiable. However, when he asked about the end of the cosmos epoch and the fate of those who transcended, the white-haired old man became angry. This caused many thoughts to appear in Dongbua Shueing's mind. However, this conversation made him feel much calmer. That's right. He had opened his Tao in 1,000,000 years. Could it be that he wouldn't be able to become a ruler by the end of the cosmos epoch? If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to blame even if he died. Let's go. The white-haired old man continued, moving forward. Dongbua Shueing hurriedly followed behind. This time they moved very quickly. He could sense that the white-haired old man wasn't in a good mood. Hence, he didn't divert his attention to research this illusory world. It wouldn't be too late to comprehend it after obtaining the treasures in the grass hut. We've arrived. The white-haired old man stopped. Dongbua Shueing and the white-haired old man were standing in front of a grass hut. Have you thought it through? The white-haired old man asked. Regardless of the cultivation techniques of other cosmos or absolute arts or weapons, or anything else you can think of, you can only choose one. Chapter 651. Dongbua Shueing chuckled. Senior, may I ask if there is anything that can greatly increase the threat of my attacks? Attack? The white-haired old man frowned. There are indeed 3 unique cultivation techniques from other cosmoses that can greatly increase your strength. It's a pity that you do not have the qualifications to take them, because you are a world deity. The treasures you can choose are of the lowest level. Dongbua Shueing laughed involuntarily. All right, the lowest level. Are you sure you only need offensive techniques? I have absolute arts such as escaping techniques, domain techniques. The white-haired old man said. Attack. Dongbua Shueing nodded. He had opened the Tao of Mirage and had 2 absolute arts, Luminous Sun and Extreme Annihilation Mysterious Body. Indeed, he only needed offensive techniques. You should also have an absolute art. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so strong in the world deity realm. If you wish to obtain an absolute art that surpasses all your previous absolute arts and specializes in offense, I have no way to give it to you. The white-haired old man shook his head. Be it cultivation techniques or absolute arts, they are all internal and can be continuously improved. They are relatively more precious. If you pass the test at the world realm, you will have many choices. Dongbua Shueing was speechless. Completely surpassing his own absolute arts, he had learned one from the Army of Destruction, while the other one was bestowed by his master. One could imagine how precious it was. Who would have thought that passing the test at the world realm would allow him to obtain an even more profound absolute art? It was a pity that he had only passed the test at the world deity realm. Only weapons can satisfy you, the white-haired old man said. Weapons are external, and they can directly raise one's strength. Their relative value is also lower than the peak cultivation techniques and absolute arts you want. Then I will choose weapons. Dongbua Shueing nodded. My future opponents will be paragons and rulers. Thus, weapons can threaten them as much as possible. Rest assured, I will choose the best and most suitable one for you within the range set by the old ancestor. The white-haired old man smiled and pushed open the door of the grass hut. The door was pushed open. The interior of the grass hut was dark like a whirlpool. It was hard to see inside, and one could only feel danger. I wonder what he gave me. Dongbua Shui-ing thought to himself. The white-haired old man had only gone in for a short while. Hua! The white-haired old man walked out of the wooden house and closed the door behind him. He was holding a black spear in one hand, but the spearhead was dark red in color. The black spear shaft was also covered in a very inconspicuous dark red pattern. When it comes to weapons, there are a lot of them. The patriarch casually refined and occasionally harvested a lot of weapons. The white-haired old man laughed. I saw that you were using a spear just now, so I chose a spear for you. This spear is called the Blood Serpent Spear by the patriarch, and it contains the Tao of Slaughter. It wasn't forged by the patriarch, but by a hegemon. In the patriarch's hands, the Tao of Slaughter within it has reached the hegemon realm. In addition, this weapon of slaughter has been treacherously imbued with blood serpent venom. The blood serpent venom is fatal to those with weak bodies. A stab from it would most likely kill the opponent. As for those with stronger defenses, although it wouldn't threaten their lives, the blood serpent venom would entrench within the body of the enemy. During battle, it would be hard for the enemy to recover. Dongbua Shui-ing fell in love with the black spear the moment he saw it. After hearing the introduction, he became even more ecstatic. How generous! Although his flying knife contained 2 Daos, they were both opening realm Daos. As for the spear, it only contained 1 Dao, but it was already a ruler realm Dao. Furthermore, there was the terrifying blood serpent venom. Paragons wouldn't care about ordinary true god weapons. However, a true god weapon that contained a ruler realm Dao was enough to make paragons envious. Here, the white-haired old man handed it over. Your previous battle was at the world deity realm. Thus, I can only give you such a treasure. Now that you are at the opening realm, the next test will be at the opening realm. That will be completely different, and the rewards will be 100 or 1,000 times greater than this. It will even make those rulers jealous. Opening realm test? Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. I'm afraid that even if I reached the pinnacle of paragons, I would most likely die here. Right, the prerequisite is that you survive. The white-haired old man didn't hide anything. Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. After experiencing this, he already knew the temper of that old ancestor. The test he set, if he wanted to pass it, he would definitely be at the peak of his level. How strong was he amongst the world deities? It would be extremely dangerous. The opening realm test would definitely be much stronger than that of the strongest world deity. I will go take a look at that illusory world before leaving. Dongbua Shui, Snow Eagle, said. You won't be in a rush to chase me away, right? You can stay for as long as you want. The white-haired old man nodded, following which he slowly walked away. The surrounding illusory world started to distort, and he soon disappeared. Dongbua Shui-ing lowered his head and looked at the spear in his hands. Blood serpent spear? Dongbua Shui-ing tried to refine it. Although the true god weapon flying knife also has the slaughter Dao, the two seem to be slightly different. Secondly, the Dao within this blood serpent spear has reached the ruler realm. Even if it's just refining it, I'm afraid I will need to spend more time. Although the weapon was powerful, his current realm was much higher. He was currently at the opening realm and could be considered as a paragon. It was still possible to refine it. Hua, keeping his weapon, Dongbua Shui-ing walked towards the illusory world. Layer after layer of distorted worlds appeared. He started to observe and comprehend them carefully. Time flowed. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Dongbua Shui-ing walked on a small piece of land within the primal chaos void of the starting ground. Very quickly, he found a white-haired old man who was lying in the grass. Senior, Dongbua Shui-ing shouted. The white-haired old man stretched his waist before climbing up. He glanced at Dongbua Shui-ing. Are you preparing to head out? Amen. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded his head. Where to? The white-haired old man asked. My hometown, the Xia people's world. Does Senior know of it? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. I know. In this cosmos epoch, I really want to know. There's nothing that can escape my detection, the white-haired old man replied. All right, I will send you over now. Before Dongbua Shui-ing could say anything, he felt a warm energy enveloping him. It was just like when he first arrived. It was very comfortable. In a blink of an eye, the scenery before him changed. As the ruler of a material world, Dongbua Shui-ing immediately knew that he had arrived at his hometown, the Xia people's world. Even the material world can be directly sent over. Dongbua Shui-ing sighed inwardly. At the same time, he looked down at a castle on a mountain peak. That was the place where he grew up, the Snorok Castle. He even sent me over to the Snorok Castle. Dongbua Shui-ing looked up into the void. His vision had long penetrated through the mortal world. He could see the many mortal worlds revolving outside. He could also see the vast deity world beyond those mortal worlds. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the deity world through the endless distance. I'm back. Most likely, the various parties will know about it soon. The ancestor mother religion could assassinate him previously. Even though they did not have karma, they would definitely use karma to track him. For instance, those who sought refuge with them would help them determine his karmic position. His teacher, Bloodblade, should also know that he was back. Dongbua Shui-ing rubbed his chin. I wonder what teacher will think after knowing that I've stepped into the opening realm. South, he was too lazy to think about it. He turned into a stream of light and flew above the Xia people's world. Dongbua Shui-ing felt delighted at the huge increase in his realm. Monday, please give me a recommendation vote. Chapter 652. Dongbua Shui-ing flew above the Xia people's world, looking down. The villages were densely packed, and the population was 10 times that of before. From afar, he could see transcendence flying across the sky. Be it the Desolation Mountain Range or the snowy plains in the north, there were large numbers of humans moving there. Using transcendence, they built a suitable environment for living. The Xia people now have an easier time cultivating compared to us. Dongbua Shui-ing was satisfied. When he was a child, his father was a noble, and thus he was able to cultivate Do-Chi techniques. But now, Do-Chi techniques and spells were available to every Xia people. After 1 million years, the Xia people had been reborn. Just the transcendence alone, the Xia people had tens of thousands of people, 100 times more than his generation. South, Dongbua Shui-ing turned into a beam of light and landed on a beach. The azure blue seawater gently rippled against the snow-white beach. There were many people on the beach, all of them wearing underpants. The women were dressed more tightly. This beach belongs to the transcendent clan, the Mo clan. 2 youths in underpants were chatting as they walked side by side. Mo clan? The Mo clan of the southern city is quite influential in the surrounding area. They have 3 transcendents, right? Yes, 3 transcendents. They can't be compared to us in the county. In a small place like the southern city, they're more than enough to intimidate others. Let's not talk about this. We won't be able to relax for long. In a few days, we will be brought into the Crimson Rock Mountain for training. At that time, more than half of us will be eliminated. I heard that the training is organized by the clan and the Iron Sword sect in the Crimson Rock Mountain. Sai, 3rd brother, you are strong and confident. I am in danger this time. I have no choice but to become an alchemist. Hopefully, I can accumulate enough merits for the clan to help me transcend. What alchemist? It's too tough. I heard that you have a good relationship with a beauty from the Dongbo clan. The Dongbo clan is the clan of the Xia Emperor, Dongbo monarch. If you can get some benefits, you will be able to enjoy them endlessly. To be honest, this young lady of the Dongbo family is beautiful, but her temper is really, really unbearable. You don't even want me? I want to die. The 2 youths chatted. Not far away, a young man who was basking in the sun and eating fruits on the beach suddenly felt his face twitch. You don't even want me? What a slap in the face. I wonder which little girl in my family he's talking about. Dongbo Shueing thought to himself. After so many years, the Dongbo clan had continued to multiply. There were many descendants of the Dongbo clan in the Xia people's world, the Crimson Rock Mountain, and the Immortal World. When I was young, a legend ranker was considered a great expert in a county city. A transcendent expert could control the life and death of countless people in a county. But now, there are already a few transcendents in any small city. Dongbo Shueing raised his head and looked into the distance. With his eyesight, he could often see streams of light streaking across the sky. Listening to the various discussions on the beach, Dongbo Shueing could also feel the changes of the times. Although the Xia people had no emperor and were managed by the elders of the Xia people, he, Dongbo Shueing, was recognized as the greatest deity in the history of the Xia people. He was even addressed as the Xia emperor. Hua! The seawater gently slapped against the beach. Dongbo Shueing walked on the beach, leaving behind footprints. The people around him did not know that this young man was the Emperor Dongbo who had changed the world 1,000,000 years ago. As he walked, suddenly he stepped on the seawater and walked on it. Walking on water. Which transcendent or legend ranker is showing off here? The people on the beach were discussing. Transcendents were common, but legend rankers were even more common. Walking on water was an extremely common thing. Dongbo Shueing, on the other hand, was following his heart. He walked on the seawater and looked at the vast ocean. In his eyes, the blue sky, the seawater, the distant islands, the sunlight, the creatures in the seawater. All of these were being controlled by an invisible law. In the past, he had already grasped hold of 9 grade 1 deity hearts. And now he had even jumped out of the cage of the world and opened the Mirage Dao. He could now look down on the laws of the world and observe the operation of the laws. In just a moment, the 9 grade 1 deity hearts in his mind rapidly began to fuse together, and naturally they formed a perfect law. The laws of the world. Dongbo Shueing was startled. I comprehended it just like that. That's right, just by observing the entire world of the Xia people. Dongbo Shueing had actually comprehended the complete laws of the world. In the past, he had tried all sorts of methods, but was always lacking a little. Even though everything was within his grasp, he was always lacking a little. In the end, he went to the starting ground, because he had spent 700,000 years studying the profound mysteries of the world. He was able to comprehend the Mirage Dao by observing the illusory world. Only after returning to the Xia people's world did he comprehend the laws of the world. This is really. Dongbo Shueing did not know whether to laugh or cry. I wanted to comprehend it, but I couldn't. Now I didn't have to think about it, but I managed to comprehend it. What a pity, it's too late. He understood it himself. Because he had comprehended the Mirage Dao, he could jump out of the cage of the world and look at the laws of the world. Naturally, it was much easier for him to comprehend them. It's too late. I'm already at the opening realm. The laws of the world are unable to allow me to transcend. Dongbo Shueing shook his head. He looked in front of him, his gaze piercing through the world and seeing the majestic river behind it. This majestic river covered the entire cosmos, passing through the material world, the deity world, and the dark abyss. Countless lives were lost within it. Among them, there was an incomparably huge and towering figure. It was the gigantic Dongbo Shueing. Currently, his body was much larger than the previous time he saw him in the dark abyss. The width of his waist seemed to occupy 1/10 of the entire river of time. Compared to Dongbo Shueing's huge body, the wide river of time was like a small river. It occupied such a huge area, and countless rivers surrounded Dongbo Shueing. The gigantic Dongbo Shueing controlled the laws of the world and used the Mirage Dao in an attempt to break free. Long, the surrounding river water surged violently. The more he tried to break free, the stronger the restraining force of the river water. Dongbua Shui Ing struggled with all his might to the point where half of his body was out of the water. However, both his legs were bound by the river water, and he was unable to break free. Ai. Dongbua Shui Ing gave up, and his body landed back on the ground. It's true. After reaching the opening realm, the quality of my life has greatly increased. Just the laws of the world alone are no longer able to help me break free. Dongbua Shui Ing shook his head lightly. I have to become a ruler before I can transcend. Standing on the ocean of the Xia people's world, Dongbua Shui Ing was still very calm despite having comprehended the laws of the world. This was within his expectations. I should quickly convert my cultivation into combat power. Dongbua Shui Ing disappeared from the ocean, returning to the Crimson Dust Island. Chapter 653. Within a cultivation room on Crimson Dust Island, there were a total of 81 fiery red spheres embedded in the ceiling of the cultivation room. They formed a spirit array, causing the entire cultivation room to be enveloped in a layer of red light. The floor of the cultivation room was made of pitch-black wood. From other angles, one could even see traces of purple light circulating on the wood. On the wooden floor, there were 2 translucent praying mats made of silver silk. The black-robed Dongbua Shui Ing and the white-robed Dongbua Shui Ing sat on a praying mat, respectively. Because Dongbua Shui Ing had been cultivating here for a long period of time, ever since he was conferred the Black Fog Sea, Dongbua Shui Ing spared no expense in collecting treasures to set up this cultivation room. Hua! The blood serpent spear floated in front of the white-robed Dongbua Shui Ing. Strands of consciousness continuously seeped into the blood serpent spear as he tried to comprehend and refine it. On the other side, the black-robed Dongbua Shui Ing was silently comprehending the 2 ultimate arts, the luminous sun and the extreme annihilation mysterious body. Now that he had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth and opened the Tao of Mirage, he was already at the Paragon stage. The 5th volume of the luminous sun and the 5th level of the extreme annihilation mysterious body were naturally much easier for him. However, he still had to spend some effort on them. 15 years later in the real world, he had been comprehending them under a time acceleration of 100 times. The black-robed Dongbua Shui Ing sat cross-legged on the silver silk praying mat. In front of him floated a number of gray fruits, a fist-sized red stone, and many pieces of dark red wood. It's about time. The black-robed Dongbua Shui Ing reached out and grabbed the fist-sized red stone. He then bit down on it. Kacha-kacha! The red stone was chewed into powder before he swallowed it. The 18 gray fruits were also eaten by Dongbua Shui Ing one by one. The 30 pieces of dark red that were filled with vitality were also chewed and swallowed. It's fine that he ate the fruits, but he even ate the stones and wood. Dongbua Shui Ing mumbled to himself, I wonder how the master of Lake Heart Island created this technique. Then he closed his eyes and activated the 5th level of the extreme annihilation mysterious body. Dongbua Shui Ing's body had long been strengthened to the 5th level. However, the black armor on his body required external materials to condense. Dongbua Shui Ing's body didn't dare to absorb those rare treasures that he had eaten. In the end, they would fuse with the original black armor under the combination of energy, causing the 4th level of the black armor to evolve to the 5th level. Finally, a new layer of black armor appeared on the surface of the armor, and there was a faint layer of dark light flowing on the surface of the armor. Luminous Sun, S5th Volume's 4th Revolution Realm and Extreme Annihilation Mysterious Body, S5th level have both been mastered. Dongbua Shui Ing could feel the power within his body that far surpassed what it was before. In fact, for example, it was almost impossible for an ordinary true god to reach the 4th transformation realm with the 5th volume of the Luminous Sun. Normally, only when one was able to jump out of the heaven and earth cage and open their Tao could they reach the large success stage of the 4th transformation. The fifth level of the extreme annihilation mystic body also guided one to break out of the heaven and earth cage and open up the Tao. It was the fifth floor. In reality, they could only be cultivated after they had opened up their Tao. Otherwise, Luminous Sun would at most be able to reach the third rank of the fifth volume. As for what happened next, the sixth chapter, the sixth level, the chances of achieving anything great were extremely slim. It's different from my Tao. Dongbua Shui Ying shook his head slightly. Everyone's cultivation was the same. They were all within the laws of heaven and earth. Even if one became an ordinary true god, they would grasp the same laws of heaven and earth. Hence, the cultivation of absolute arts was the same. However, it was different for paragons because the Tao that they opened up was different. The sixth volume of the Luminous Sun was a sun that was extremely young and could destroy everything. The sixth level of the extreme annihilation mystic body pursued the extreme materialism. I have to find something that is suitable for me. Dongbua Shui Ying thought to himself. I have to find an absolute art that is compatible with the Mirage Tao. Or perhaps I have to create an absolute art. Why was the Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction so strong? It was because he created an absolute art that was compatible with him and became an existence that was comparable to Monarch Green. Fortunately, I have prepared all the precious materials. Otherwise, I would have to search for precious materials. Dongbua Shui Ying smiled. During his 700,000 years of cultivation, he had been searching for precious materials for the next level of the extreme annihilation mystic body and the luminous sun. He had to make preparations for transcending. Unexpectedly, he did not manage to transcend. Instead, he reached the Paragon realm and cultivated absolute arts with ease. The combination of energy and matter, the fifth volume's luminous sun force, and the fifth level's extreme annihilation mystic body allowed Dongbua Shui Ying's body to undergo a complete transformation. Cultivating absolute arts was very fast, but refining the true god weapon Blood Serpent Spear was very slow. It took him 300 years, and this was even at a time acceleration of 100 times. Fortunately, his realm was high enough. If it was an ordinary true god, even if they had the perception, it was normal for them to spend 100 billion years. Those with weaker perception might not even be able to grasp it in their entire lives. After all, this was the ruler Tao of slaughter. The difficulty of refining it was much higher than the flying daggers. Very good. Holding on to the Blood Serpent Spear, he felt as though the Blood Serpent Spear was one with him. He could even feel the terrifying aura of the Tao of slaughter contained within the Blood Serpent Spear. It's time to leave. The black-robed Dongbua Shui Ying disappeared from the meditation room. He left the Xia people's world and headed towards the deity world's Black Fog Sea, Temporal Island. Master, Dongbua Shui Ying's clone has returned to the deity world. A low voice reverberated within the hall that was filled with fragrance. Within the palace hall, the black-robed, black-haired male was currently seated cross-legged on the straw mat. He opened his eyes, revealing a smile on the edge of his mouth. Oh, this Dongbua Shui Ying could actually disappear stealthily from the ancestral god religion's assassination previously. Even his karma disappeared. Now that he has returned to the deity world, the Blood Edge will probably summon him immediately, to be able to disappear without a trace and conceal his karma. What treasure did he obtain? The black-robed, black-haired man was puzzled. Back when Dongbua Shui Ying's karma disappeared, the temporal temple, which was constantly monitoring the cosmos, discovered it very quickly. Because this matter involved the ancestor god sect, the temporal island lord personally went to investigate. With his attainments in the aspect of space-time, he discovered that Dongbua Shui Ying had escaped on his own. He wasn't killed. This naturally aroused the curiosity of the temporal island lord. He even felt a tinge of greed. However, he was very clear that with Dongbua Shui Ying's escaping techniques, even if he were to make a move, Dongbua Shui Ying would still be able to escape. Moreover, he was even more wary of the Blood Edge. What exactly is it? Black Fog Sea. The Black Robe Dongbua Shui Ing had just returned and had just reunited with his wife Jingqiu when he received a transmission. Snow Eagle, come to me. The Blood Edge transmitted. Teacher has summoned me. I'll head over first. Dongbua Shui Ing stood up. Jingqiu chuckled. The God Emperor has finally summoned you. Amen. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. All these years, many good friends of his had transmitted over to ask him about the disappearance of his avatar's karma. Many powerful existences thought that Dongbua Shui Ying's avatar had been killed. This was a huge matter. After all, Dongbua Shui Ying was someone who could kill Bamboo Saint. Thus, many people had asked him about the matter. Dongbua Shui Ying had used the excuse of being killed by a mysterious expert to cover it up. Only when Paragon Huo Cheng and Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master inquired about it did Dongbua Shui Ying tell them that it was related to the ancestor mother religion. He did not elaborate on other matters. They had long known of the ancestor mother religion. So many people had asked him about it, but his teacher, Blood Edge, had never asked him about it. After leaving the Black Fog Sea, Dongbua Shui Ying set off for the Bloodshed God Palace. Within the courtyard of a wooden house. Teacher. Upon entering the courtyard, Dongbua Shui Ying bowed. Snow Eagle, sit. Blood Edge chuckled. Dongbua Shui Ying immediately sat down. Let me ask you, when the ancestor mother religion ambushed you, you disappeared and your karma disappeared. What kind of fortuitous encounter did you have? Blood Edge asked. If you do not wish to say, you can choose not to. Dongbua Shui Ying did not hide it. I obtained a talisman by chance, allowing me to head to the starting ground. There was nothing to hide. After all, he had disappeared, and his karma had disappeared. Even the ancestor mother religion knew about it. Why was there a need to hide it from his teacher? Furthermore, the talisman of the starting ground could not be snatched. If he was killed, the talisman would disappear too. Starting ground. Blood Edge nodded with a smile, no wonder. I can see that you have yet to transcend. Yet the aura of your body has become much stronger. You are even stronger than that King Patrol Devil. I was still puzzled. So you have gone to the starting ground. That starting ground has cultivation techniques from other cosmoses. It is easy for you to strengthen your body. Dongbua Shui Ying felt slightly awkward. He said, Teacher, the reason why my body's aura is so strong is not because of other cultivation techniques. Not because of other cultivation techniques? Blood Edge felt puzzled. I have opened my own Tao. Dongbua Shui Ying obediently said. Blood Edge was stunned. End of this chapter. Asterisk. Chapter 654. You've opened your own Tao. Even someone as calm as Bloodblade turned silent. He looked at his disciple in front of him. His teacher stared back at him. Dongbua Shui Ying awkwardly replied, I've never thought that this would happen. It's just that after being ambushed by the ancestor mother religion, I decided to head to the starting ground. I was also lucky enough to survive in the starting ground. Who would have thought that when I was about to leave, I would see the illusory world within the starting ground? I was amazed by the attainments of the old ancestor of the starting ground in the illusory world. Master also knows that I used to wholeheartedly comprehend the profound mysteries of the world. As I watched, I became engrossed in it. I had many comprehensions, and naturally, I comprehended the Tao of Mirage. You are truly formidable. The Bloodshed God Emperor finally opened his mouth to speak. Dongbua Shui Ying replied, Disciple has already comprehended it. It's too late for regrets. What's there to regret? Bloodblade retorted. Dongbua Shui Ying was startled. It's a good thing to be able to open a Tao. Why should I regret? Bloodblade took a deep breath. He carefully looked at his disciple in front of him. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that this precious disciple of mine is extraordinarily formidable. He has only cultivated for 1,000,000 years, yet he has already opened his Tao. Compared to you, even though Bamboo Mountain's cultivation speed is fast, he's still far behind you. As his teacher, even I feel ashamed." Only then did Dongbua Shuaing let out a sigh of relief. I thought teacher was angry and wanted to reprimand me. He did not mind opening his Tao first. When he was tortured by the 6 ghosts' resentment, Dongbua Shuaing had already seen through life and death. Even if he could not become a ruler and died before this cosmos epic ended, Dongbua Shuaing would only be filled with gratitude. He could see the nervousness in his teacher's heart. He was worried that he would disappoint his teacher. After all, Bloodblade had reminded him time and time again, "I haven't even praised you, and you're still reprimanding me?" Bloodblade laughed. "Actually, it doesn't matter much if you open your Tao first. As long as you can become a ruler before this epic ends, it'll be fine. I believe that you'll be able to reach the Paragon realm within 1,000,000 years. After that, it won't be difficult for you to become a ruler." "Master, the universe epic has ended. Those who have transcended can continue living?" Dongbua Shuaing asked. Last time at the starting ground, the white-haired old man was a little angry. At that time, Dongbua Shuaing did not dare to ask too many questions. Now he came to ask his master. The end of this era, Bloodblade was stunned and fell silent. His expression was complicated. There was anticipation, worry, and a trace of unease. "You'll know in the future." Bloodblade didn't explain further. Dongbua Shuaing could vaguely guess from his master's expression, so he didn't ask any further. "Tao of Mirage, what kind of Tao is it?" Bloodblade asked. He had some guesses, but no one had grasped the Tao of Mirage in this cosmos epic. Dongbua Shuaing explained, "It's no longer a simple mirage god heart. Instead, it's a vast mirage world. The mirage world can even evolve into a real world. When I walk in the mirage world, if an enemy doesn't have a method to forcefully infiltrate the mirage world, they wouldn't be able to attack me from the normal world. Oh, it's quite similar to my shadow world." Bloodblade laughed. "In terms of assassination, both our Daos are ranked in the top 2 in the deity world and abyss." Dongbua Shuaing agreed. In terms of potential, the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Shadows were comparable. They both surpassed the normal world. To be able to form an independent world, one is most proficient in assassination. Bloodblade said, "Like other Daos, such as Zhu Shan's destructive lightning or Hui Cheng's flames, they might be powerful, but they're Daos used in direct combat. They're still fighting in the normal world." "Amen," Dongbua Shuaing nodded. There were differences between the Daos opened. For example, Leaf Saint, Paragon Hui Cheng, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Lord, and even the myriad God Palace Head and Purgatory Ruler. Although they had opened their Daos, they still lived in the normal world. It was just that the destructive lightning that Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Lord executed was much more terrifying and destructive. It was sufficient to kill weaker paragons. Dongbua Shuaing, on the other hand, relied on his open Daos to control another world. Of course, the Mirage world was still in the process of being opened. It couldn't be compared to Bloodblade's Shadow World. "I've prepared a gift for you, to allow you to open your Daos as soon as possible after transcending." Bloodblade laughed. "But now that you've reached the opening realm, my preparations are useless." Dongbua Shuaing was stunned. His master had said that he would give him a gift. However, Dongbua Shuaing didn't care too much about it. After all, he had his own absolute art and a true god weapon. He wasn't in urgent need of gifts. He immediately said, "Master, if there are any treasures suitable for me in the future, please bestow them to this disciple. Since you've reached the opening realm, I naturally have to give you a gift. If this drags on when you become a ruler, I'll have a headache trying to take out treasures that will satisfy you." Bloodblade laughed. At the same time, he looked at the void beside him. Wong. The void suddenly tore apart. The black bird flew out and landed on Bloodblade's shoulder. "Take out a bottle of void soul fluid," Bloodblade said. to the black bird. Void soul fluid? The black bird's eyes widened as it cried out, Bloodblade, I only have 1.5 bottle left. You want one? Give it to me, Bloodblade ordered. Only then did the black bird reluctantly open its beak. Instantly, a distorted space-time tunnel appeared within its beak. A bottle flew out from within and landed in Bloodblade's hand. It was a palm-sized black bottle. Bloodblade looked at the black bottle with a complicated expression. The greatest danger I've faced since my cultivation was to obtain this. Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked. His master's greatest danger was obtaining this treasure. Even the black bird's fifth uncle master was unwilling to part with it. Master, this is too precious, Dongbua Shui-ing said. Back then, I was still a paragon. I was in another cosmos, and I suffered a lot to obtain it. Bloodshed, God Emperor chuckled, all right? Even though it is extremely important to rulers, your teacher has cultivated for so long, and there are many treasures more valuable than it. This void soul liquid has a relatively rare characteristic, and that is to allow the soul to evolve and become stronger. Evolve and strengthen the soul? Dongbua Shui-ing's eyes lit up. The soul and laws combined to form a true deity heart. The stronger the Tao one comprehended, the stronger the true deity heart would be. This was the normal way of cultivating in this cosmos to strengthen the soul. Yes, I've already used it. It is no longer of any use to me. I also gave your senior, apprentice brother, Monarch Green a bottle. Back then, he had just become a paragon. Bloodblade laughed. This bottle is for you, kid. The black bird on God Emperor's shoulder was somewhat angry. It coldly snorted. This is the last bottle in this cosmos. I only have half a bottle left. Black bird, Snow Eagle has already opened up his Tao. With such comprehension abilities, I naturally have to help him. Bloodblade said. What? The black bird, who was originally angry, was greatly shocked. It looked at Dongbua Shui-ing in shock. You opened up your Tao? Yes. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. It has only been 1,000,000 years, yet his cultivation speed is even more terrifying than Monarch Green's. Bloodblade, your disciple is actually so powerful. The black bird was shocked. 1,000,000 years was considered a very short period of cultivation. Most people would be considered very amazing if they could become a stage 2 world deity within 1,000,000 years. Dongbua Shui-ing, on the other hand, had already surpassed the entire world deity realm and opened up his Tao. Bloodblade, your disciple's chances of becoming a ruler are no less than Monarch Green's. The black bird said, Of course I know. Bloodblade threw the palm-sized black bottle to Dongbua Shui-ing. Dongbua Shui-ing accepted it. You must treasure it. When you use it and your soul is no longer able to improve, there might still be some left over. At that time, you can give it to whoever you want. Naturally, your soul needs to be at least at the level of a powerful existence to use it. Most stage 4 world deities would not be able to withstand it, and their soul would immediately shatter. Remember, as long as you can improve your soul, you must never give it to others. Do your best to improve your own soul. This will be extremely helpful to your cultivation. Bloodblade instructed. Even 10 true god weapons wouldn't be exchanged for this bottle. Understood? Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. Use it immediately after you leave. If the other rulers were to find out, they would definitely snatch it from you. Bloodblade sighed. After all, this is an opportunity one obtained from another cosmos. This cosmos doesn't have it at all. Thank you, Master. Dongbua Shui-ing said gratefully. I only have the 3 of you as my personal disciples. If I don't help you, who should I help? Bloodblade looked at Dongbua Shui-ing with a smile. From Bloodblade's point of view, although Monarch Green was comparable to rulers and had an extremely high status, while Dongbua Shui-ing was much weaker, he had already placed the 2 of them on the same level in his heart. Snow Eagle had only started cultivating a bit later. As for the ancient treasury, compared to Dongbua Shui-ing and Monarch Green, it was slightly lacking. Chapter 655. Bloodblade said, "Now that you've reached the opening level, normal ruins won't be of much help to you. There are some places that you have the right to enter." Closely following that, Shui Ying received a transmission. It was a detailed intelligence report. There were 5 ruins recorded in the report. The first was the Lake Heart Island relic, which contained the Sword Realm, the Eternal Divine Palace, the Gate of Blazing Blood, and the Destruction Grotto Heaven. The second was the 6 Paths Tianlin. The third was the Paradise Flying Ship. The fourth was the Moon Palace. The fifth was the Grass Hall. "These are the most famous and powerful ruins," Bloodblade said. "I've already told you about the other ruins. Of course, I won't talk about the starting ground, etc. After all, even I haven't been there before. There are many hidden places in our universe that even I don't know about." Dongbua Shui carefully understood the 5 ruins. The more he understood, the more shocked he was. There were many places in the Lake Heart Island ruins, of which there were 4 famous ones. The Destruction Paradise was at the bottom. This was because the Destruction Paradise was for the Army of Destruction to live in, and the Eternal God Palace was for the true upper echelons of the Lake Heart Island. It was named Eternal, and one had to be at least a ruler to enter, and the Sword World was even more terrifying. According to the report, anyone who entered in this universe, Epic died. Even Bloodblade only lasted for a few breaths of time. What? The Dark Abyss was created by the demon ancestor. Dongbua Shui looked at the detailed information on the 6 Paths Tianluan and was shocked. Bloodblade nodded. Yes, the demon ancestor created the 6 Paths Tianluan, which swallowed all the dark and negative energy in the universe, forming layers of the Dark Abyss. It's said that the Dark Abyss is a bottomless abyss, but in truth, the deepest and most mysterious place is the 6 Paths Tianlin. The 6 Paths Tianluan is actually 6 special paradise worlds. It's said that the demon ancestor had extremely strong subordinates, and in the 3rd universe, Epic, they were called demons. They were all ugly, evil, and violent. Because the demon ancestor created the Dark Abyss, the countless life forms looked like these ancient demons. Hence, they were called demons. However, in terms of strength, they are far from being comparable to those ancient demons. Ancient fiends, every single one of them was nurtured with great effort by the fiend ancestor. The 3 chieftains' sacred mountain you went to was a primordial demon's corpse. Bloodblade explained everything to him. Dongbua Shui was shocked. The 3 chieftains' sacred mountain was the corpse of an ancient demon? The demon ancestor has a strange temperament. The other important ruins prohibit life forms from the universe from entering. Once they enter, they will be killed immediately. However, only the places left behind by the demon ancestor allow life forms from other universes to enter. Dongbua Shui was surprised. According to common sense, ruins were usually left behind for the descendants of their home cosmos. Living beings from other cosmos should indeed be forbidden from entering. It was the same for the Lake Heart Island ruins. Anyone from the outerverse who dared to enter would be killed. Thus, the ancestor mother religion has entered the 6th heavenly wheel to snatch the treasures of our cosmos. Bloodblade frowned. The most troublesome thing is that any living being can only enter the 6 Paths Tianluan 3 times in their lifetime. Previously, many supremacies had already gone there 3 times in order to break through their cultivation. As a result, only a few paragons could enter the 6th heavenly wheel. By the time they discover the ancestor mother religion, it will be hard to obstruct them. Dongbua Shui nodded. The 6th heavenly will had 6 Edens. Rulers would enter the upper 3 Edens. Those below the ruler realm would enter the lower 3 Edens. Currently, we only have 1 paragon guarding the lower 3 Edens. Bloodblade said, "It's Monarch Hex Cricket." "It's him?" Dongbua Shui was startled. On the Cosmos Deity Demon list, there were Monarch Green and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, followed closely by Monarch Hex Cricket. Monarch Hex Cricket had a good temper, a good reputation, and was powerful. He was also honest. Even though he kept a low profile, even rulers admired him. Hex Cricket might be strong, but he is alone, Bloodblade said. Even though there are a few paragons qualified to enter, they are too weak. They will be sending themselves to death if they enter. Snow Eagle, even though you have just broken through, you have cultivated the army of destruction, absolute art, and comprehended the Tao of mirage. You specialize in survival. Thus, you should enter to temper yourself and also wreak havoc for the ancestor mother religion. I understand. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. I've given you the detailed information. Go. Bloodblade said, don't feel pressured. We are much stronger than the ancestor mother religion. Disciple has a matter that I need teacher's help with. Dongbua Shui Ing said. Haha, it's rare for you to speak. What's the matter? Bloodblade asked. It's disciple's true god weapon flying knife. Dongbua Shui Ing extended his hand and took out a flying knife. This true god weapon flying knife was distorted and filled with scars during the time at the starting ground. This disciple has used this flying knife and damaged it. Bloodblade extended his hand and took it. He inspected it. Fortunately, the interior is fine. Only the exterior material has been damaged. This is simple. Bloodblade extended his hand. A black flame appeared on his palm. He lightly brushed it across the flying knife, causing it to regain its smoothness. Following that, he casually took out 2 types of stones. Grabbing 2 of them, he directly incinerated them into liquid. Bloodshed God Emperor then lightly smeared the liquid on the flying knife. Following that, an array structure condensed out of thin air and imprinted itself on the flying knife. The flying knife immediately became stable. Done. Bloodblade threw the flying knife over. It's sharper and more stable than before. Dongbua Shui Ing was dumbstruck. This, not even the time taken to brew a cup of tea had passed, and it was done. Even though he did not seek his teacher's help for the complicated matter of extracting the essence from the void black soil to condense the sun-star nucleus stone, he knew that it was easy to repair the flying knife. But it was still a true god weapon. He thought his teacher would take a day or 2 to fix it. Who would have thought that it was done in just a moment? From start to end, he had only used a single hand to caress the flying knife. The true god weapon was easily melted by the black flame on his teacher's palm. This made Dongbua Shui Ing feel the strength of the strongest expert in the cosmos. Is there anything else? Bloodblade chuckled. Teacher, please keep the matter of this disciple reaching the opening realm a secret. Dongbua Shui Ing said, I will use the bloodshed tavern master robe to conceal my aura. In the eyes of the ancestor mother religion, I am still a stage for world deity. Ha, good. Bloodblade chuckled and nodded. Dongbua Shui Ing was a world deity. Furthermore, he was using the bloodshed tavern master robe to conceal his aura. It was impossible to see any flaws on the surface. The only flaw was the size of his body in the River of Time. But under normal circumstances, nobody would go to the River of Time to search for Dongbua Shui Ing's body. Thus, he should not be exposed for the time being. Then this disciple will take his leave. Dongbua Shui Ing happily took the flying knife and left. Bloodblade shook his head and chuckled. He is quite cunning. You still dare to talk about your disciple. You were even more cunning than him in the past. The black bird on God Emperor's shoulder said. After leaving the Bloodshed God Palace, Dongbua Shui Ing first returned to the Xia people's world. He consumed the void spirit liquid before proceeding to the origin of the dark abyss, the 6 heavenly wheel Eden world. Previously, when I teleported and disappeared, the ancestor mother religion will definitely be watching me in the dark. The moment I enter the 6 heavenly wheel, they will definitely know and come to deal with me. Very good. I have yet to fight after grasping the Tao of Mirage. Dongbua Shui Ing was looking forward to it. This chapter only felt better after deleting a few thousand words. A new chapter, new 3 ancestors began. Chapter 656. Within the time-space tunnel. A starfield flying ship was currently flying at high speed. The black-robed Dongbua Shui Ing stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the colorful light flowing through the tunnel. I've left the material realm and the territory of the bloodshed god palace. If the ancestor mother religion has been watching me, they should know by now, right? Dongbua Shui Ing guessed inwardly. Are they sending experts to attack me again to verify if I can teleport away? Or are they afraid of an ambush and dare not act? There were many guesses, but Dongbua Shui Ing remained calm. He was even controlling the starfield flying ship to travel through time-space slowly. One had to know that now that he had opened the Tao of Mirage, his speed would be much faster if he were to travel through time-space in the Mirage world. After all, that was a world that belonged to him. But since he had to disguise himself, he had to disguise his flying speed too. Otherwise, the enemies would be suspicious of Dongbua Shui Ing's speed if they were to sense karma. Powerful existences would not be so bored as to look at the river of time and search for me in it. Dongbua Shui Ing thought. He had never looked at other powerful existences before. I won't be exposed for the time being. Thus, I have to be more careful in disguising myself. Good. I'll use this chance to deal a heavy blow to the ancestor mother religion. Dongbua Shui Ing did not show any mercy to the ancestor mother religion. After all, both parties came from different cosmos. The ancestor mother religion did not show any mercy to them. Killing, plundering, these were the actions of the ancestor mother religion, who, the starfield flying ship, continued flying. Dongbua Shui Ying's body was faintly discernible. He seemed illusory and real at the same time. His gaze was distant. He was looking at the vast mirage world that encompassed the ordinary world and the time-space tunnel. The mirage world extended out in all directions with him at the center. The region it covered was also the region he could control. After absorbing the void spirit liquid, my true deity heart has undergone a huge transformation. Dongbua Shui Ing could feel his deduction speed becoming 10 times faster than before. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Within his sea of consciousness, the tiny Dongbua Shui Ing had grown. If he was the size of an infant previously, he was now the size of a 7- or 8-year-old child. His true deity heart was clearly much stronger than before. Before bidding farewell to his master, Bloodblade, he first returned to the safest place, the Xia people's world. There, Dongbua Shui Ing fed the void spirit fluid to his main body, white-robed Dongbua Shui Ing. Each time he consumed a small amount. After consuming 90% of the void spirit fluid in 3 days, he could no longer absorb any more. At that time, the main body's deity heart had already undergone a great transformation. Immediately after, Dongbua Shui indirectly dissipated his clone's true deity heart, allowing his true deity heart to be split into 2, one in his clone and the other in his true body. With his attainment in the Tao of Mirage and a time flow that was 100 times faster, Dongbua Shui Ing only took 5 days to recover the true deity heart of his main body and avatar to their peak. After the transformation, Dongbua Shui Ing couldn't help but sigh. My senior apprentice brother, Monarch Green, is so heaven-defying that he can fight sovereigns as a paragon. Other than his talent being heaven-defying, this void spirit fluid has also played a huge role. He was certain of this point because he had personally felt how mystical the void spirit fluid was. The strength of a deity heart would allow one to cultivate and deduce 10 times faster. For instance, deducing a secret skill would take 1,000,000 years in the past, but after the transformation of the deity heart, it would only take 100,000 years. This was just the speed of deduction. A strong soul was a powerful life form, and it would be beneficial in all aspects. Naturally, cultivation placed more emphasis on comprehension ability. If one's comprehension ability was poor, they would be stuck at a bottleneck. No matter how fast one's deduction speed was, they would not be able to break through. As for comprehension ability, it was formed from the accumulation of life, thoughts, temperament, understanding of the world, and many other aspects. Comprehension ability would also change with time and experience. Thus, some cultivators might not be able to recover from certain setbacks, and some would suddenly gain enlightenment, allowing their cultivation to progress at a tremendous pace. For instance, Dongbua Shuang could only be considered a genius with a decent comprehension ability in the mortal world when he was young. But now he was standing at a frightening height. Strange. The ancestor mother religion did not ambush us along the way. Dongbua Shuang controlled the starfield flying ship and flew out from the passage of time. He then saw the dark abyss ahead. The dark abyss was dark. It was cylindrical, like an intestine, and many layers of the abyss world were stacked together. Usually, one would head to a certain layer of the abyss world. For instance, one would first enter the first layer before proceeding deeper. And this time, Dongbua Shuang was heading to the origin of the entire dark abyss. The deepest and deepest layer was where the sixth heavenly wheel was hidden. Dongbua Shuang directly tore through space-time. He rushed towards the end of the dark abyss. There were two places in the dark abyss that one could reach by tearing through space-time. One was at the top, and the other was at the bottom. The bottommost region was dark and murky. Space was distorted and everything was in chaos. Those with weaker combat power would be completely torn apart by the distorted space. Shuang had only been able to safely enter the sixth heavenly wheel thanks to the detailed information provided by his teacher. He knew the method to enter the sixth heavenly wheel. One had to know. Ordinary true gods would usually not have heard of the sixth heavenly wheel. After all, it was different from the Lake Heart Island Master. The sixth heavenly wheel, left behind by the ancestor devil, could even form the dark abyss. One could imagine how dangerous it was within. Tearing through space-time, Dongbua Shuang directly arrived at this place. What a mess! His surroundings were dark. Hong Long Long, a terrifying energy, was frenziedly stirring the void. The void was twisting and turning into a terrifying whirlpool. This stirring energy could easily tear apart ordinary true gods. Furthermore, the entire bottom of the dark abyss was distorting, and the dark abyss was still absorbing the dark negative energy from the outside. Ever since the ancestor devil created the sixth heavenly wheel, the dark abyss would be born in every cosmos epic. Dongbua Shuang ignored the dark whirlpool and forcefully headed towards the center. The deeper he went, the stronger the stirring energy became. But fortunately, one had to know that when he was at the fourth level of the extreme annihilation mysterious body, Dongbua Shuang's armor was able to withstand a strike from the White Sovereign King. Just his defense alone was comparable to an apex paragon, allowing him to disregard all the stirring energy. Now that Dongbua Shuang had reached the fifth level of the extreme annihilation mysterious body, the defense of his armor was even more heaven-defying. After all, he had advanced by an entire realm. I see it. Dongbua Shuang saw an incomparably huge roulette. This roulette was incomparably huge. It was separated into 6 colors: black, blood red, silver white, dark green, dark yellow, and gray. The 6-colored roulette was at the center of the whirlpool. It was revolving very slowly, and a terrifying, dark, destructive aura was spreading out. Dongbua Shuang had reached the opening realm and had been strengthened by the void spirit liquid. His true deity heart was strong enough to resist against it. However, he still frowned. This is the end of the abyss, the core of the abyss. He could feel the will of the abyss that had once rejected him. South. When Dongbua Shuang got closer to the roulette, suddenly an invisible energy enveloped Dongbua Shuang. With a Dongbua Shuang was directly swallowed into the blood-red region of the 6-colored roulette. Chapter 6:57. Through the dense blood color. Only then did Dongbua Shuang regain his freedom. He slowly descended and stood on the peak of a mountain. He looked at the vast world in front of him. The sky was blood-red and the ground was black. Amidst the black, one could vaguely see fresh blood seeping through. Blood Devil Eden. Dongbua Shue Ing muttered, the Blood Devil Eden of the lower 3 Edens. The 6th heavenly will created by Ancestor Devil was a world of 6 great Edens. At the same time, these 6 great Edens each contained an inheritance of Ancestor Devil. The 6 great Edens also contained 6 great inheritances. Naturally, this was just one of the many treasures in the 6th heavenly wheel. Absolute arts were not suitable for everyone. For instance, Dongbua Shue Ing cultivated the Tao of Mirage. If not for the Tao of Mirage absolute art, he could not cultivate it to a high level. There were many treasures in the 6th heavenly wheel, and they were far more attractive to cultivators than the 6 great inheritances. According to the information given by Teacher, the lower 3 Edens are currently guarded by Monarch Hex Cricket. Monarch Hex Cricket is guarding the most important Black Rain Eden. The other 2 worlds in the lower 3 Edens, Blood Devil Eden and Icy Snow Eden, are guarded by the protectors of the Ancestor Mother Religion. Dongbua Shue Ing nodded inwardly, but now there is an additional me in the Blood Devil Eden. Humph. The Ancestor Mother Religion will not dare to act outside, but they should dare to act inside the Blood Devil Eden. Dongbua Shue Ing was looking forward to it. There is no need to care about them. They will send themselves to my doorstep. Following that, Dongbua Shue Ing turned into a stream of light, arcing through the sky and flying towards the distance. For the sake of disguise, he was still flying at his usual speed. It was easy for the Ancestor Mother Religion to find him. They could just rely on karma. But he had no way of finding them. After all, the other party did not have any karma. If they were to hide, even Bloodblade and the others would have a hard time finding them. Thus, if the Ancestor Mother Religion did not act, Dongbua Shue Ing would not foolishly wait. Other than dealing with the Ancestor Mother Religion, he came to the Blood Devil Eden to temper himself. After all, this was the end of the Darkness Abyss, a place that was almost comparable to the Lake Heart Island ruins. Back when he was at the Lake Heart Island ruins, he had only entered the Destruction Paradise, which was relatively less dangerous. He had not entered the other places. The Blazing Blood door had already been opened, but he had not dared to enter. Now, looking at the information provided by his master, his choice back then was very wise. In the God world, there was a stretch of continents that stretched as far as the eye could see. In one of the secret halls, a silver-robed elder was sitting cross-legged. It's time to investigate Dongbua Shue Ing's location. The silver-robed old man began investigating through karma. Back then, the Ancestor Mother Religion was confident that they could obtain the precious materials brought by Dongbua Shue Ing. Naturally, they would keep a close eye on him at all times. The moment Dongbua Shue Ing left the territory of the Bloodshed God Palace, the Ancestor Mother Religion immediately knew of it and sent out the golden-haired monkey. But it was different this time. The Ancestor Mother Religion no longer had the confidence to kill Dongbua Shue Ing. They felt that it was entirely possible for Dongbua Shue Ing to teleport and escape. In addition, the experts of the Ancestor Mother Religion could not use karma to investigate. Bamboo Saint had also died, and the Ancestor Mother Religion did not have many people they could use. All of them had extraordinary strength, and were at least ordinary true gods. With such strength and status, it was impossible for them to keep a close eye on someone all the time. They could only watch occasionally. How tiring would it be to keep a close eye on someone all the time? Without sufficient benefits, powerful existences would not be bothered to do so. The Ancestor Mother Religion was only paying attention to Dongbua Shue Ing. They did not have the craziness to do so. Humph. He has finally left the material realm. Amen? The silver-robed old man was startled. He is within the 6th heavenly wheel. The 6th heavenly wheel is extremely secretive. It was religious leader who told me about it. Only then did I know of its location. Who would have thought that a stage 4 world deity like Dongbua Shwe Ing would dare to enter? That's right, his current strength has reached the threshold of a paragon, and he is qualified to enter. Religious leader. The silver-robed old man immediately transmitted. His status was clearly different from Bamboo Saint. He was more trusted by the ancestor mother religion, and could even contact the religious leader directly. Dongbua Shwe Ing has already left the material realm. He is heading towards the end of the dark abyss, the 6th heavenly wheel. According to my senses, he is heading towards the blood devil Eden. The silver-robed old man transmitted. At the end of the dark abyss, within the 6th heavenly wheel, blood devil Eden. On the vast wilderness, there were 5 ordinary stone houses. There was a protector from the ancestor mother religion staying in each of them. Within one of the stone houses located at the edge, a hunchbacked male was currently curled up like a child sleeping soundly. His green hair was densely scattered over his shoulders. Even in his sleep, these countless strands of green hair would occasionally dance in the air. Zhen Yun Dharma. A distant transmission resounded directly in his mind. The hunchbacked male opened his eyes. They were filled with green light. Religious leader. The hunchbacked male immediately sat cross-legged and replied, Zhen Yun Dharma, this cultivator cosmos Dongbua Shwe has already entered the blood devil Eden. Originally, we weren't in a rush to act against him, but since he has entered the blood devil Eden, it is an opportunity bestowed upon us by Ancestor Mother. The religious leader transmitted, this Dongbua Shwe is an extremely formidable stage for world deity. The armor he is wearing is quite formidable, and he has a strange escaping technique. Thus, I need you to go over and use your void restriction technique to restrain him. I want to see if he will teleport away again this time. Yes, religious leader. The hunchbacked male acknowledged. Go all out to guard against his escape technique. But I'm guessing that it's unlikely that he can use that kind of escape technique as he pleases. After all, even the temporal island lord of this cosmos does not have such a heaven-defying escaping technique. The religious leader said, I guess that it might be a one-time use treasure. It might also have many restrictions. Thus, if you make a move this time, it is entirely possible for you to capture him. If you capture him, there is no need to kill him. Just seal his true deity heart and bring him back. I will invite the other religious leaders to examine his soul and find out what secrets he has. Yes, I will do my best to capture him. The hunchbacked male was filled with confidence. Following that, the transmission was cut. The hunchbacked male stood up and walked out of the stone house. When he walked out, another tall and sturdy figure walked out from one of the 5 stone houses. This tall and sturdy figure was similar to the fanged religious leader. He also had a pair of fangs, but his skin was dark red. This tall and sturdy fang man looked at the hunchbacked male and shouted, Brother Qingyun, where are you going? We are about to complete the refinement. In a while we will set off again. Big Brother Huazhu, the religious leader, has instructed me to go out and capture that Dongbua Shwe. The hunchbacked male said, Oh, Dongbua Shwe? The crimson-skinned fanged man laughed. I have heard of him before. He is a genius stage 4 world deity from this cosmos. It is said that he had fought with Leaf Saint before. Who would have thought that he would actually dare to come to the blood devil Eden? You must succeed and capture him. Amen, the hunchbacked male nodded. As long as he doesn't have that teleportation technique, I will definitely be able to capture him and seal his true deity heart. At that time, his life and death will be beyond our control. Go. Come back as soon as possible. By the time you return, the refinement should be almost complete. The crimson-skinned, fanged man said. The hunchbacked male immediately took a step forward. Without a sound, his body turned transparent and merged with the void. He then set off in the direction of Dongbua Shuiying's location. The location provided by the religious leader was a little vague. It was only a rough area. Clearly it was based on karma. But since he was in the Blood Devil Eden, it was too difficult to pinpoint a precise location. He was rushing along. Even though he could merge with the void, the laws of the world were sealed within the Blood Devil Eden. These experts from the Ancestor Mother religion were called fools by Temporal Island Lord and Blood Blade precisely because their realms were too low, like this Zhan Yun Dharma, who was a protector class expert and was equivalent to a paragon. But his realm was very low. It was only after he came to this cosmos that he became slightly stronger. Even so, he was still at the level of an ordinary stage for world deity. With this realm, he naturally had to obediently fly. He flew for a total of 2 days. Fortunately, the religious leader had provided him with the approximate location of Dongbua Shuiying. I found him. Zhan Yun Dharma looked into the distance. His terrifying vision allowed him to see a stream of light flying in the distance. Humph, humph. Even though he is famous for his powerful body, his flying speed is much slower than mine. Zhan Yun Dharma revealed a cold smile. It is fated that I can't escape. And in the distance, Dongbua Shuiying was currently flying at his previous speed. The Blood Devil Eden is truly huge. Dongbua Shuiying was flying. With him as the center, an illusory world was spreading out. Naturally, it covered the region where Zhan Yun Dharma was located. I have been flying for such a long time, yet the Ancestor Mother religion has only rushed over. Judging from his aura, he should be at the protector class. He is equivalent to our paragons. His mirage world had completely covered Zhan Yun Dharma. Even the pores on Zhan Yun Dharma's face could be seen clearly. The cold glint in his eyes and the sneer on Zhan Yun Dharma's face could be seen clearly. But Zhan Yun Dharma did not know. Chapter 658. My first prey. Dongbua Shuiying continued flying normally. The blood in his body was starting to boil. Even though the blood blade only allowed him to cause some destruction, he already had a plan. What he wanted was to kill the other party. But Dongbua Shuiying was clear that this was a difficult task. After all, it was extremely difficult to kill a protector of the Ancestor Mother religion. Monarch Hex Cricket. Dongbua Shuiying transmitted through karma. Monarch Dongbua. Within the black rain Eden of the 6 great heavenly wheels, black rain was pattering down. On a vast black lake, there was a 10-meter wide stone protruding from the surface of the lake. On that stone sat a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious, dark green robe. There were 2 soft feelers protruding from his forehead, and his eyes were glowing green. An enormous, misty green light pillar shot up into the sky with him at the center. It charged all the way to the deepest part of the sky dome. This misty light pillar spanned a total of 1 trillion kilometers. The power it emitted was incomparably horrifying. He was Monarch Hex Cricket. Be it the Dark Abyss or the Deity World, all powerful existences respected this Monarch Hex Cricket from the bottom of their hearts. Even rulers admired him because Monarch Hex Cricket truly cared for the entire cosmos. He was extremely benevolent and had a good reputation. He was honest and had a good temper. Naturally, his combat power was formidable too. He was ranked 12th on the Cosmos Deity Demon list. Just based on his combat power, even rulers could not kill him, because one of his avatars was stationed in the lower 3 Edens of the 6 heavenly wheels, and only those below the ruler realm could enter this place. While he was guarding this place for the entire cosmos, this avatar of his was absolutely safe, because none of the dangers below the ruler realm, including the lower 3 Edens, could threaten him. Why did you suddenly contact me? Unless your fish has taken the bait? Monarch Hex Cricket transmitted with a smile. Yes, the fish took the bait. Dongbua Shuiying replied. Not long after entering the lower 3 heavens, Monarch Hex Cricket had contacted him, and the 2 of them had conversed. He didn't hide the fact that he had reached the opening realm from Monarch Hex Cricket. Monarch Hex Cricket was still trustworthy, and it was impossible for him to be a traitor. Firstly, there was no reason for him to betray. And secondly, even if he really wanted to betray, it was impossible for him to do so because of a small matter like Dongbu Shuang. It's just a fish. It's a hunchbacked man with green hair dancing in the wind. Dongbu Shuang transmitted, Monarch Hex Cricket. Do you have any understanding of him? I do not know his name, but the ancestor mother religion has attempted to attack me several times. I understand this group of protectors quite well. This stooped male is ordinary amongst the protectors of the ancestor mother religion, but he specializes in controlling the void, especially his countless hairs that can cover the world and restrict the enemy. Monarch Hex Cricket gently transmitted with a smile. The surrounding black rain was pattering, yet it could not touch him at all. The ancestor mother religion sent him here because he knows that your defenses are formidable and they can't kill you. Thus, they wish to trap and capture you alive. I understand. Dongbu Shuang immediately understood. You have to be careful. The ancestor mother religion comes from another cosmos. Even though their realms are low and their techniques are crude, their bodies are extremely strong. Even if this stooped male specializes in controlling the void and is an ordinary protector, his pure physical strength is comparable to mine. Their apex protectors have strength that far surpasses mine. Monarch Hex Cricket transmitted. But their realms are too far apart from Monarch Hex Cricket. Dongbu Shuang immediately replied. In the eyes of Dongbu Shuang and the others, strength and realms were mutually complementary. Just having strength without realms would make it hard for one to unleash 10% of one's full strength. Monarch, he is about to act. I'll play with him first. Dongbu Shuang transmitted. Be careful. Monarch Hex Cricket did not say anything else. Monarch Hex Cricket was also very concerned about the appearance of the second person from the same race in the lower 3 Edens. It was just that the Black Rain Eden involved too many things, and he had to stay here for a long period of time. Dongbu Shuang relied on the Tao of Mirage to extend his Mirage world, observing every single movement of that protector. Zhan Yundharma was secretly observing Dongbu Shuang. His body had blended into the void and was getting closer. Humph, humph, humph. A stage 4 world deity dares to come to the 6th heavenly wheel? Is it because your defenses are formidable? Your defenses are formidable, and I and the other protectors will have a hard time killing you. But it's much easier to trap you. Zhen Yundharma rapidly flew closer. When the distance between the two shrunk to a few 100 million kilometers, Zhen Yundharma did not dare to get any closer. His eyes were filled with green light as he coldly stared at the distant Dongbu Shuang, who seemed to be unaware of what was happening. Hua! Countless strands of his green hair rapidly grew. Every single strand of hair entered the void and began revolving around Dongbu Shuang from all directions. This green hair was like a weapon, extending at an extremely fast speed. Very soon, it formed a completely sealed sphere around Shuang, and Shuang was at the center of this sphere made up of countless strands of hair. At this moment, he still had a dazed look on his face as he continued flying. As he flew, the sphere formed by his hair was also flying. Too easy. With a thought, Protector Qingyun's countless strands of hair began to shrink. The sphere that spanned a few 100 million kilometers also began shrinking. Of course, such a commotion could no longer be concealed. What happened? Dongbu Shuang looked in shock in all directions. He saw countless strands of green hair appearing in the void and were currently revolving around him. Ha ha ha! Dongbu Shuang, it's better for you to surrender. A stooped male appeared in the distance. His hair danced in the air and eventually spread out to form a huge cage that wrapped around him. This stooped male, Zhen Yundharma, stared at Dongbu Shuang. He knew that Dongbu Shuang had an extremely formidable teleportation technique. He was watching to see if Dongbua Shui-ing would teleport away. Fool from the ancestor mother religion. Dongbua Shui-ing extended his right hand, causing the blood serpent spear to appear. Die. With just you? Zhen Yun Dharma sneered. Huh. The blood serpent spear in Shui-ing's hand abruptly expanded. This black spear had crimson veined patterns twisting on it. At this moment, the spear suddenly expanded to become like a sky pillar. Shui-ing held onto the spear and directly stabbed out. Currently, Shui-ing's spear technique had undergone another transformation. After leaving this starting ground, he had been refining the blood serpent spear in closed-door cultivation. During the process of refining the blood serpent spear, he had to comprehend the eternal Tao of slaughter within. Only after reaching a certain realm would he be able to refine it. During this process, Dongbua Shui-ing had fused his understanding of the Tao of slaughter with his own understanding of the Tao of mirage. Naturally, he had perfected his spear technique. His current spear technique was much more profound than before he went to the starting ground. But this Zhen Yun Dharma from the ancestor mother religion was only at the ordinary stage for world deity realm. His realm was too far away from Dongbua Shui-ing, and he could not see through the profound mysteries contained within this spear technique. You still want to struggle? What a joke! Zhen Yun Dharma did not care. At that moment, countless strands of hair shot towards the incoming spear. Huh! A world maelstrom appeared faintly on the crimson spearhead. Within the world maelstrom, there were many distorted and shattered worlds. At the center of the maelstrom was a terrifying killing intent. This was a true god weapon that contained the eternal Tao of slaughter. Furthermore, it was the power of Dongbua Shui-ing's extreme annihilation mysterious body, 5th level large success, and Luminous Sun, 5th volume large success. Even though those strands of hair were tough and had terrifying strength, the usage of his realm was too crude. At the moment they came in contact with the spear, they were torn apart by the world maelstrom on the spear tip. See La, the spear pierced through the strands of hair and pierced towards Zhen Yun Dharma. What? Zhen Yun Dharma turned pale with fright. He was extremely confident in the toughness of his hair. He did not dare believe that the other party's spear could easily break through the obstruction of his hair. But regardless of how he did not believe it, the spear was already piercing towards him. He is a stage 4 world deity. He relied on his absolute art and flying knife true god weapon to barely block Leaf Saint? What a joke! He is definitely at the Paragon realm. With such a powerful spear technique, he should have opened some sort of Tao of slaughter. Zhen Yun Dharma was completely stunned by the power of this spear. Chapter 659. A dark gray stone cudgel appeared in Zhen Yun Dharma's right hand. He swung the stone cudgel and smashed it forward forcefully. This smash caused the surrounding void to collapse. Chi, chi, chi! His stone cudgel smashed against the incoming blood serpent spear. The spear's body was like a huge snake that was extremely slippery. A world whirlpool appeared on the tip of the spear. The spear's body also had a strange, twisting power. The stone cudgel also smashed down with the profound mysteries of the void. However, only 20 to 30% of that terrifying power was used on the spear's body. This was the difference in their cultivation realms. Even though it was only 20 to 30% of his strength, Dongbua Shui-ing still felt the spear's body tilt and missed. What a strong strength! Zhen Yun Dharma was shocked. He initially thought that he would be able to smash his opponent's spear away. The cultivators in this universe are all very weak. Even though Dongbua Shui-ing had just broken through, he is only a newly advanced paragon. How could I not be able to suppress him in terms of strength? This is interesting. Dongbua Shui-ing's pupils constricted. Although I might be able to gain the upper hand in a head-on clash, it would be difficult to kill him. I should make use of my advantage, the advantage of my cultivation realm. Dongbua Shuiying's spear arts immediately changed. Hu, that blood serpent spear, which was traversing through the heaven, and earth seemed to have transformed into a huge snake at this moment. It moved like a phantom time and time again. Every time it moved, it would seem as though it was floating. However, at the crucial moment, it would explode with immense power. Zhan Yun Dharma had already gathered countless strands of hair around him. At the same time, he used the stone cudgel in his hand to defend against the attacks. Ultimately, the difference in cultivation realm was too great. Dongbua Shuiying's spear would immediately stab out again when it seemed like it couldn't do much. After stabbing out for over 10 times, the spear finally pierced through countless strands of hair. It brushed past the stone cudgel and pierced into Zhan Yun Dharma's abdomen. The true god weapon's Tao of Massacre had long been activated. It forcefully pierced through that incomparably tough skin. Just as it pierced out a huge bloody hole, the spear was blocked by Zhan Yun Dharma's muscles. He drew and sheathed his spear. This kind of injury is not worth mentioning to me. Zhan Yun Dharma was very confident. While his body was strong, his recovery ability was also very strong. Although that spear strike contained a terrifying killing intent, Zhan Yun Dharma felt that it was easy for him to recover. What happened? Suddenly, Protector Qingyin was shocked to find that the bloody hole in his abdomen was faintly entangled with a strange kind of energy, which made the recovery of the wound extremely slow. Moreover, this strange energy was still trying to penetrate into his body, but was forcefully blocked by Protector Qingyin's tyrannical body. Poison? Could it be that this Dongbua Shuiying knows the voodoo poison of their universe? Zhan Yun Dharma's expression changed drastically. This voodoo poison is so powerful that it can threaten me. In the distance, Dongbua Shuiying had a judgment on this protector of the ancestor mother religion. By relying on the luminous sun and the extreme annihilation mysterious body, even though I am at the initial opening realm, I should be able to fight against an apex paragon in terms of pure strength. But compared to this Zhan Yun Dharma, my strength should only be half of his. After piercing through the hair, the power of the spear has been reduced by 30 to 40%. In a head-on clash, I do not have much of an advantage. He was originally weaker than the other party in terms of strength, and those strands of hair were extremely tough. After piercing through the hair, the strength of the spear technique was only about 30% of the other party's. Even if the other party used all his strength, he could only use 20 to 30% of it. Both parties were still equal. According to what Monarch Hex Cricket said, this is merely an ordinary protector from the ancestor mother religion. In terms of strength, he is comparable to Monarch Hex Cricket and stronger than my 2 absolute arts. Dongbua Shuiying could feel the huge disparity between the cultivation techniques of the 2 cosmoses. He felt that the disparity was huge. Zhan Yun Dharma felt even more frustrated. I have been a protector for so many years, yet I am being completely suppressed? I might not be able to fight against Monarch Hex Cricket, but this puny Dongbua Shuiying can suppress me with his spear technique. Both parties felt awkward. One of them had 2 absolute arts that specialized in strength, yet he could not compare to the other party. The other had been a protector for a long time, yet he was being bullied by a new brat. Seeing how his wounds are recovering so slowly, the blood serpent venom is indeed extraordinary. Dongbua Shuiying revealed a joyous look. He immediately struck out with the spear in his hand. The blood serpent venom was indeed sinister and vicious. This true god weapon contained the eternal Tao of slaughter, signifying that it was refined by at least a ruler. Such an expert had deliberately placed the blood serpent venom within the true god weapon. Naturally, the blood serpent venom would not be weak. Using the words of that white-haired old man at the starting ground, paragons with weaker physiques would die with a single stab. Even if their physiques were strong, it would be hard to expel the blood serpent venom if they were stabbed. It would be hard for their bodies to recover. Clearly, it would be hard for Zhan Yun Dharma to recover. Hoo hoo hoo! The blood serpent spear swept across the sky, transforming into an illusion. Occasionally, it would stab Zhen Yundarma. Zhen Yundarma roared in anger. He waved his stone rod with vast and vigorous strength. Unfortunately, most of his strength was useless. Only a small portion of his strength would affect the blood serpent spear. But for every 10 attacks, he would be struck once. In the blink of an eye, there were already 8 bloody holes on his body. Even his throat had a hole. Zhen Yundarma was trying his best to recover, and the bloody holes on his body were slowly shrinking. However, he was unable to expel the blood serpent venom from his body. Every time he was struck, the blood serpent venom in his body would become denser and denser. I can't win against a mere Dongbua Shuang. Zhen Yundarma's stooped body let out a roar. Countless strands of hair danced in the air, flickering with green light. Every part of his body, including his hair, started forming patterns. The aura of his body also exploded. He looked at Dongbua Shuang with a savage expression. He directly waved the stone rod in his hand, causing the surrounding void to collapse. This time its power was too explosive. Dongbua Shuang looked from afar and knew that this move was far stronger than before. His strength has exploded? Dongbua Shuang was inwardly startled. He had previously learned from his teacher that the experts from the ancestor mother religion had tyrannical bodies. Furthermore, they would erupt at crucial moments to strengthen their bodies, though this could only last for a short period of time. Who? Dongbua Shuang did not believe it. He used his spear to clash head-on. He wanted to test and see how much the other party had increased in strength. At the moment when the weapons of both parties clashed, Dongbua Shuang and his weapon were smashed downwards, forming a huge crater on the ground. His strength is 3 times stronger than before. Dongbua Shuang leaped out from the crater. He stared at Zhen Yundarma, who was diving down at high speed. His strength is already tyrannical, yet it has increased by so much. Previously, he had always looked down on the ancestor mother religion. He always felt that their realms were too low and crude. But at this moment, Dongbua Shuang understood that the other party was not any weaker than the civilization of his side. Even though his realm was weaker, he had a single move that could dominate the world. His strength was great, and his speed was fast. Under ordinary circumstances, an ordinary protector would have a strength comparable to that of Monarch Hex Cricket. If he were to go all out, he could increase his strength by 3 times. This strength had reached the ruler realm. Even though his realm was low, his strength was sufficiently terrifying. Fortunately, my strength isn't weak either. With 2 absolute arts, even if he erupts, I can still tangle with him. Dongbua Shuang faced the furious Zhen Yundarma, who was diving down. He immediately took out his blood serpent spear. At this moment, he did not attack. Instead, he focused on defending. Pung, pung, pung! The stone pole was ferocious and without waves. When Dongbua Shuang attacked with his full strength, the other party could still display 20 to 30% of his strength. But Dongbua Shuang was focused on defending, causing the other party to barely display 10% of his strength, even though the countless strands of hair were dancing around, causing Dongbua Shuang to be slightly distracted. His defense was still watertight. I can't injure him at all. Zhen Yundarma saw that his full strength was useless. At the same time, the blood serpent venom was still lingering in his body. I can't maintain this eruption for long. I have to leave. Who? He immediately turned around and left, because at this moment his flying speed was extremely fast. Cult leader, where did you get the information that said that Dongbua Shuang is a stage for world deity? As he was escaping, Zhen Yundarma transmitted, his strength is much stronger than what the information said. I don't think he is a stage for world deity. I'm afraid he is already a paragon. Paragon? He has only cultivated his heart for 1,000,000 years, and he has already become a paragon? The cult leader was in disbelief. The more he understood this cultivator universe, the more he understood how unbelievable it was for someone to become a paragon in 1,000,000 years. I have already exchanged blows with him and started escaping. How could it be fake? Zhen Yun Dharma transmitted anxiously. As for Shui Ying, who was chasing behind him, he threw out a flying knife in his hand. True God weapon flying knife. Dongbua Shui Ying poured all of his strength into the flying knife. His comprehension of the massacre Dao was getting higher and higher. The flying knife almost instantly appeared in between Zhen Yun Dharma's eyebrows. From the mirage world to the normal world, there were no signs. In addition, Zhen Yun Dharma's realm was low. Hence, he only reacted when the flying knife appeared. Pum! His head exploded from the attack. However, another head grew out rapidly. However, the blood serpent venom at his throat had already spread to his chin. It's a flying knife. Zhen Yun Dharma just recalled that Dongbua Shui Ying still had a true God weapon flying knife. You can't escape this time. Dongbua Shui Ying's voice was firm and reverberated throughout the universe. His eyes were filled with passion. Chapter 660. Zhen Yun Dharma's expression changed. The flying dagger's power could not compare to the blood serpent spear. However, the flying dagger had appeared in front of his forehead from the mirage world and attacked him. Its power was completely unleashed without any loss. When the blood serpent spear attacked, it was first entangled by countless strands of hair and then blocked by Zhen Yun Dharma's all-out defense. Naturally, its power was constantly weakened and it only left bloody holes on his body. However, with the flying dagger, Dongbua Shui Ying's power had increased by a huge level. His comprehension of the Tao of slaughter had also deepened. Zhen Yun Dharma naturally could not withstand the attack without any defense. His flying dagger destroyed my head. A portion of my flesh can be regenerated, but some of it has been completely destroyed. This attack consumed 1% of my life force. Zhen Yun Dharma looked at the bloody holes on his body. The flesh around these bloody holes and the life force contained within were all filled with the blood serpent poison. The best way to detoxify it was to dig out all the flesh and give up on it. However, if he dug out all the flesh and gave up on the life force contained within, he would lose at least 30% of his life force. With such heavy injuries on his body, he could not maintain his explosive state. At that time, Dongbua Shui Ying would catch up and stab him, killing him. I am currently forcefully suppressing the hex poison and maintaining the circulation of my body. However, his flying dagger will still injure me time and time again, consuming my life force. If I consume too much, I will no longer be able to erupt. Zhen Yun Dharma was anxious. Moreover, being heavily injured will affect my flying speed. If this continues, I might die in his hands. Zhen Yun Dharma panicked. Death? After coming to this cultivation universe, he had thought of the possibility of death. However, his death had to be worthwhile. At that time, the sect would naturally compensate him and even help him to come to this cultivation universe. If I die in the hands of Dongbua Shui Ying, I will not be able to obtain anything. My death would not be worth it. Zhen Yun Dharma was anxious. Once I die, I might never be able to return to this cultivation universe. No, I cannot die. I definitely cannot. He was heavily injured by the flying dagger, but many thoughts appeared in his mind. At the same time, he started contacting the cult master. Cult master, save me. Quick, get Big Brother Huizhu and the others to save me. The distant base of the ancestor mother religion in the cultivator cosmos. In the lofty bronze palace hall, there were many mottled traces in many places. In the center of the hall, the huge fanged man, whose greenish-brown skin was only wrapped in a few rags, was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, he revealed a shocked expression. Zhen Yun Dharma, you can't even escape? His weapon contains voodoo poison. My body can barely suppress it, but I can expel it. His true God weapon, The flying dagger is even more sinister. It appears from nothingness, and when it appears, it's already in front of me. I can't block it at all. Moreover, that flying knife didn't just shatter my head. The killing power it contained also annihilated a portion of my head's life force. Every time I'm hit, my flying speed is affected. If this goes on, I might die at his hands. Zhan Yun Dharma urgently asked for help. All right, but Huizhu and the others are slightly further away from you. Try your best to hold on. The religious master said. Ask them to hurry. Zhan Yun Dharma anxiously replied. The religious master did not hesitate. He immediately ordered the other 4 protectors in the blood devil Eden. Huizhu, the 4 of you set off immediately to save Cheng Yin. We have to save him. Every bit of our strength is precious, and we must protect it. The eyes of the religious master were filled with anger. This was a huge miscalculation. Life forms in the cultivator cosmos can easily revive a dead avatar. We are different from them. The religious master muttered. Dongbua Shuang, how strong is he exactly? The religious master suppressed his anger. Religious master, I've already investigated through the river of time. Dongbua Shuang's body is incomparably huge in the river of time. His body's width is 1/10 of the entire river of time. I can confirm that he is still a stage 4 world deity, but he has opened a Tao path. Just like Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, a message was transmitted over. He has cultivated for just 1,000,000 years. He has opened a Tao path. The religious master became more and more anxious. He has just opened a Tao path, and it already threatens Chen Yun's life. He was anxious, but he could not do anything, because he could not enter the lower 3 Edens. Even if he could only fly slowly. The 6th heavenly wheel was similar to other historical remains. It suppressed the laws of the world. Unless one comprehended a technique that transcended the laws of the world, only then could one advance at an extreme speed. For instance, Temporal Island Lord could travel through the 6th heavenly wheel and 3 chieftains' sacred mountain. Dongbua Shuang could also rely on the mirage world to travel at an extreme speed. What a pity! These protectors from the ancestor, mother religion, had low realms, because realms were not what they specialized in. Given their heaven-defying strength, if their realms were to catch up, the cultivator cosmos would not be able to fight against them. In another location within the Blood Rain Eden, there were currently 4 figures gathered on the wasteland outside the 5 stone houses. They were Protector Huizhu and the other 3. There were 3 males and 1 female, and their aura was strange. The leader of this team was Protector Huizhu. Zhan Yun Dharma and the other 3 were ordinary protectors. But Protector Huizhu's fire was at the apex. He could easily escape after exchanging moves with Monarch Hex Cricket. The 4 of them first received a message from Zhan Yun Dharma. However, Zhan Yun Dharma's status was slightly lower, and he could not easily order them to act. After all, they were still refining the medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid was prepared for a dangerous location in the Blood Devil Eden. The medicinal liquid has not been refined. A gray-robed female protector said in a low voice, "Let's put it aside first. Saving Brother Qingyun is more important." Protector Huizhu's eyes were burning. It is not easy for us to come to the cultivator cosmos. We must protect Brother Qingyun. Let's go. Another blue-eyed male said, I have already tried my best to preserve the medicinal liquid. I hope that it will still be in good condition when we return. The gray-robed female protector sighed. Let's go. An old man wrapped in a violet robe with only his eyes revealed said, So. Under the lead of Protector Huizhu, the 4 of them turned into a streak of flame light and rushed towards Zhan Yun Dharma at a frightening speed. The ancestor mother religion was doing their best to save Zhan Yun Dharma, and Dongbua Shuang was similarly doing his best. He was doing his best to kill his opponent. His doing his best was a disguise because he did not use the Tao of Mirage. From the start of the battle until now, Dongbua Shueing did not use any techniques from the Tao of Mirage. Even the true god weapon flying knife contained the profound mysteries of the Mirage. Without using the Tao of Mirage, Dongbua Shueing naturally had a deeper plan. At this moment, Dongbua Shueing was flying at high speed. At the same time, he threw out the flying knife in his hand. The flying knife disappeared the moment it was thrown out. Damn! Zhan Yundharma, who was frantically escaping, felt his heart tightening when he saw the flying knife in Dongbua Shueing's hand disappearing. But when the flying knife entered the normal world from the Mirage world, it had directly entered Zhan Yundharma's body. Pum! Zhan Yundharma's stomach exploded. His body was split into two, but closely following that, the two parts of his body rapidly merged back together. He was even trying his best to retract the flesh that had the blood serpent's venom in order to conserve his life force. I lost close to 2% of my life force this time. Zhan Yundharma felt bitter in his heart. He immediately tried his best to increase the distance between him and the flying knife. But every time he was struck by the flying knife, his speed would be greatly affected. Dongbua Shueing would take the opportunity to close the distance between them. Very soon, that flying knife appeared in Dongbua Shueing's hand. The flying knife was much faster in the Mirage world. Go! One knife after another, Zhan Yundharma tried his best to escape. It's over, it's over. He knew that Protector Huizhu and the others would not make it in time. Previously, he had spent more than 2 days rushing over. Although Protector Huizhu was much faster than him, he still needed to spend close to a day. But what about him? He could not even hold on for an hour. No. When he was struck by the flying knife again, the life force in his body was depleted once more. Because a portion of his life force was used to suppress the blood serpent's venom, the remaining energy could no longer be used. His speed immediately started to decrease, returning to his normal state. As for Dongbua Shueing, the strength of his body was not much different from Zhan Yundharma's, and his cultivation base was also much higher. But now his flying speed was even faster than Zhan Yundharma. You're dead. Seeing that his speed was faster than his opponent, Dongbua Shueing revealed a smile. It's over. Zhan Yundharma was filled with grief and indignation. At this moment, Dongbua Shueing only had the desire to kill his opponent. He did not know what it meant to kill a protector. From Dongbua Shueing's perspective, even if he killed his opponent should still be able to cultivate his original body back. Thus, he would only be able to obtain some treasures. But he was wrong. He did not know the difference between the two universes. Chapter 661. He had just reached the Paragon realm, yet he could kill a Paragon expert, and it was from the enemy cosmos. This was an achievement that would make cultivators excited. Who would have thought that the true god weapon flying knife is so useful? Dongbua Shueing sighed. That time, that leaf saint could sense the flying knife in advance. And the protectors of the ancestor mother religion are too weak and could not sense it at all. They could not sense or defend against it at all. This allowed the flying knife to unleash its greatest effect every time. As Dongbua Shueing got closer, Zhan Yundharma became more and more furious and unwilling. He recalled his hometown and the lofty aspirations he had when he first arrived at the cultivator cosmos. I will definitely make a great contribution. After entering the cultivator cosmos, I might be able to establish a religion and become a religious leader. At that time, he was filled with lofty aspirations. And at this moment, feeling his injuries worsening, Zhan Yundharma felt even more sorrowful. This avatar that came to the cultivator cosmos is really going to die. My death is not worth it. After coming to this cultivator cosmos, I did not contribute much. There's no way the sect would allow it. They would pay a huge price to allow me to nurture another clone and come over. Qingyundai. Dongbua Shueing was already closing in. He threw out the flying knife once again. Zhan Yundharma only looked at Dongbua Shueing. His life force was continuously being consumed, causing him to be unable to suppress the blood serpent venom. The venom began spreading throughout his body, causing ugly blood vessels to appear on Zhan Yun Dharma's skin. He looked at Dongbua Shuang. Who would have thought that a simple and easy mission would cause me to die in your hands, causing my hopes to be extinguished? What are you talking about? Dongbua Shuang felt weird. Isn't it just killing an avatar? Why are you in such despair? Even though he was puzzled, Dongbua Shuang did not show any mercy. Puchi, the blood serpent spear, pierced out again. This time, Protector Qingyan didn't even try to block it. He allowed the spear to pierce through his body. His body started to crumble and disintegrate. When he was destroyed, Zhan Yun Dharma was still looking at the vast, blood-colored sky. Cultivator Universe, goodbye. I won't have the chance to come again. Hua. His body completely dissipated. Dongbua Shuang also came to a realization. The blood serpent's venom is really powerful. After it permeated his entire body, it actually caused him to disintegrate and die. The fleshy body of this ancestor mother religion protector is really strong. The moment he goes all out, his strength is so strong that it is exaggerated. Fortunately, I've obtained 2 absolute arts, and they're both absolute arts that specialize in strength, so I can still withstand it if I use all my strength to defend. Dongbua Shuang sighed inwardly. Under his full defense, he could only unleash 10% of his opponent's strength. But this was the only effect if he did not have the extreme annihilation mysterious body and luminous sun. He would have been completely crushed and could only hide in the mirage world. This is just an ordinary protector, yet his strength is so strong. Dongbua Shuang muttered inwardly, I wonder if my plan will succeed. Even if it doesn't, I can rely on the Tao of Mirage to survive. Dongbua Shuang looked at the items falling around him. Those were the items left behind by Zhan Yun Dharma. He waved his hand. Who? He kept all these items. He would examine them in a while. This protector of the ancestor mother religion is slightly strange. It's just the loss of an avatar. But why do I feel that something is amiss? Previously, he did not think too much about it. But now he was puzzled. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. If this was the cultivator cosmos, losing an avatar, most would roar out angrily, since you dared to destroy my avatar, wait for me to take revenge. At most, they would feel heartache over the loss of their weapons and treasures. By then, they could nurture another fleshy body. Their true body could easily split its soul into 2, and the loss could be recovered quickly. If not for the loss of treasures, losing an avatar was not worth mentioning. Monarch Hex Cricket. Dongbua Shuang asked through karma. I've just killed a protector of the ancestor mother religion. But that protector seemed to be going mad and in despair. I just feel that something is amiss. In the sky of the blood devil Eden, a blazing rainbow light that was flying at high speed stopped. Protector Huizhu and the other 3 were stunned. Qingyuan is dead. The gray-robed female protector slowly said, Who would have thought that he would die just like that when we first came to the cultivator cosmos? He was actually killed by a stage 4 world deity. The blue-eyed male sneered, Truly not worth it. Religious leader has said that even though that Dongbua Shuang is a stage 4 world deity, he has already opened his Tao path. He is equivalent to a paragon. The gray-robed female protector said. A new paragon killed Qingyan? An old man wrapped in a violet robe, revealing only his eyes, muttered. He was countered by his flying knife. Protector Hua Zhu's voice was firm. He gritted his teeth and said, We were ordered to come to the 6th heavenly wheel. The 5 of us formed a team and did not die after so many years. Who would have thought that an unremarkable Dongbua Shuang would kill Qingyan? The 4 of them felt complicated, and at the same time, The incomparably enraged ancestor mother religious leader, directly ordered. Protector Huazhu, the four of you move together and kill Dongbua Shueing for me. Yes, Protector Huazhu and the other three acknowledged. They did not place Dongbua Shueing in their eyes. After all, the four of them had faced many dangers in the sixth heavenly wheel. They had even fought with Protector Hex Cricket before. Naturally, they were not afraid of Dongbua Shueing. Move out. Protector Hua Zhu's voice was firm. He looked in the direction of Dongbua Shueing. Kill that Dongbua Shueing. Go. Kill him. In the blood demon wonderland, no one can save him. The four protectors immediately turned into a streak of flame rainbow light and rushed in the direction of Dongbua Shueing. Dongbua Shueing could guess that after killing Zhan Yun Dharma, the other protectors of the ancestor mother religion in the lower three Edens would come for revenge. After all, he was a new paragon and did not pose much of a threat to the ancestor mother religion. Knowing that they were coming, Dongbua Shueing continued chatting with Monarch Hex Cricket. You killed a protector of the ancestor mother religion? Monarch Hex Cricket retorted. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. That's right. Why? Dongbua Shueing asked. This should be an avatar. What's the big deal about killing an avatar? You are amazing. Monarch Hex Cricket praised. What exactly happened? Dongbua Shueing was puzzled. He was not completely clueless about the ancestor mother religion. His teacher had also told him many things. He told them about some of the known experts and their techniques. He also knew that they had true bodies and avatars, including the protector you killed. Monarch Hex Cricket said, Our cultivator Cosmos has only killed a total of 3 protectors. Ah, Dongbua Shueing was startled. Only 3 protectors were killed. He had only killed 1. The ancestor mother religion is famous for being cunning. It is almost impossible to meet them in the cosmos. There is only me in the lower 3 Edens of the 6th heavenly wheel. Only they have a group of protectors here. Monarch Hex Cricket explained. Thus, they would not do anything they are not confident of. They would hide whenever there is danger and treasure their lives. Unless there is a treasure that would make them crazy, they would not take the risk. Thus, other than you this time, we have only killed 2 protectors. Monarch Hex Cricket said, I have to inform the 8 rulers about this. After all, the implications are huge. You have to keep the treasures left behind by that protector well. I reckon your teacher and the others will want to check them too. Amen, Dongbua Shueing acknowledged. Monarch Hex Cricket closely transmitted the news to the 8 rulers. Temporal Island Lord, Bloodblade, Myriad God Palace Head, Empress Qian He, Primal Master, Ruler Nile, Purgatory Ruler, and Abyss, Primogenitor. All 8 of them received the news. What? That brat Dongbua Shueing killed a protector from the ancestor mother religion. Isn't he a stage for world deity? Ah, he opened a Dao path? The rulers were startled when they received the news. Other than Bloodblade, none of them knew that Dongbua Shueing had opened a Dao path. Opening a Dao path in 1,000,000 years, that was too terrifying. It was more frightening than transcending in 1,000,000 years. But now, not only did Dongbua Shueing open a Dao path, he had also killed a protector from the ancestor mother religion in the 6th heavenly wheel. Snow Eagle, Dongbua Shueing, was currently standing on the peak of a mountain, enjoying the mountain breeze. He was enjoying the scenery when the voice of Bloodblade resounded in his ears. You killed a protector from the ancestor mother religion? Amen, Dongbua Shueing acknowledged. Teacher, what's wrong? Ha ha ha. The ancestor mother religion will most likely die from heartache. Bloodblade guffawed. You have to be careful. The ancestor mother religion isn't afraid of you in the 6th heavenly wheel. They hold an absolute advantage in terms of strength, and will definitely send a group of protectors to deal with you. Teacher, please be rest assured. This disciple has long made preparations. Dongbua Shueing replied. Previously, He had not displayed the Tao of mirage. It was all for the sake of catching more fishes. Teacher, are you saying that the ancestor mother religion will feel heartache? Dongbua Shuang asked. It's just losing an avatar. Why would they feel heartache? Speaking of this, haha, you have helped your teacher gain face. Bloodblade was relatively happy. Chapter 662. Dongbua Shuang could sense that his teacher was in a good mood. Thinking about it, he understood that the matter of him killing a protector from the ancestor mother religion had been reported to the other 7 rulers. In that case, the news of him reaching the opening realm would naturally be made public. One had to know that opening a Tao in 1,000,000 years was something that even the old man at the starting ground was startled. The other 7 rulers would naturally be startled too. They would definitely have some form of communication with their teacher, Bloodshed, God Emperor. Reaching the status of his teacher, the other rulers at the same level as him would be shocked, envious, and jealous of him. It was enough to make the God Emperor feel incredibly carefree. The few old fellows have been frightened by you. Bloodblade's voice reverberated by Dongbua Shuang's ears. Ha ha ha. You've done 2 shocking things in a row. It's just luck. Dongbua Shuang humbly replied. This was just the beginning. If his plan succeeded, he might be able to get rid of 1 or 2 protectors from the ancestor mother religion. But there were still variables. After all, the bodies of those protectors were too strong. This time, they might even be working together. Shuang did not have full confidence in defeating them. Thus, there was no need to say it out loud. It would not be too late to tell them after he succeeded. Teacher, why would the ancestor mother religion feel heartache for losing the avatar of a protector? Dongbua Shuang asked again. The ancestor mother religion is very mysterious. We understand very little about them. Bloodblade said, but based on our limited contact with them and how difficult it is to travel to other cosmoses on one hand, it might not be as easy for them to nurture their avatars. After all, we have a different cultivation system from them. On the other hand, they have to pay a huge price to come to our cosmos from their cosmos. That time, they might have moved together with their religious leaders and protectors. For instance, they might have kept their companions into treasures and brought them over together. That time, they might have paid a huge price to send many experts over. And now a protector avatar has died. Even if they nurture another avatar, it is impossible for them to pay a huge price to send it over to our cosmos. Bloodblade said, naturally, there might be other reasons. I understand. Dongbua Shuang was enlightened. The price of sending another expert over would be too huge. That meant that the ancestor mother religion would lose another. Being outsiders, the ancestor mother religion would be at a disadvantage when facing the cultivator cosmos. Every time they lost one, their strength would become weaker. The status of protectors was still very important. If too many protectors died, many things would have to be personally handled by the sect masters, and the danger would be even greater. Bloodblade and the others would definitely act. They would not be lenient when they killed a religious leader. Shuang, you have just opened your Tao. To you, the most important thing is still to cultivate. Deal against the ancestor mother religion. There is no need to spend too much effort. These outsiders will be dealt with by your teacher and the other rulers. Bloodshed, God Emperor transmitted. This disciple understands. Shuang acknowledged. The demon ancestor is the same as the Lake Heart Island master over the many epochs of our cosmos. He created the 6 paths of Heaven Wheel and formed the Dark Abyss. His strength is deep and unfathomable compared to Lake Heart Island. Even though the 6th Heavenly Wheel is more cruel and dangerous, there are many benefits too. This is also the reason why so many protectors from the ancestor mother religion are gathered here. Take a stroll in the lower 3 Edens and broaden your horizons. Bloodblade instructed before stopping. Standing on the mountain peak, the mountain wind whistled. Dongbua Shuang was carefully observing this blood devil Eden. His teacher was right. His horizons were still lacking. The places he had been to that could compare with the 6 heavenly wheel, with a starting ground and Lake Heart Island. As for the Lake Heart Island, he did not dare to go to any dangerous places. He only went to the Destruction Eden. The starting ground was even more peaceful. Over there he was like a mortal. He merely fought with the strongest world deity. Given the temperament of Ancestor Devil, the 6 heavenly wheel would not be so peaceful. South, Dongbo Shui Ing turned into a stream of light and flew at high speed within the Blood Devil Eden. It was highly possible that the Ancestor Mother religion was rushing over to kill him. If he were to remain at his original location, it would make the Ancestor Mother religion suspect that there was an ambush. Blood Devil Eden. Dongbo Shui Ing flew and observed. The sky was blood red and the ground was black with blood seeping through the black mud. According to the intelligence reports, the lower 3 Edens seemed to be extremely peaceful and safe. But the crisis always comes suddenly, and there's no pattern to it. Because there was no pattern, the 6 heavenly wheel was a terrifying place to weaker paragons. God Emperor was not worried about Dongbo Shui Ing because he cultivated the extreme annihilation mysterious body and coincidentally opened the Tao of Mirage. In terms of survivability, he was ranked in the top few even amongst paragons. God Emperor was naturally more assured. He is constantly moving. A fiery rainbow light was flying at high speed. Within the fiery rainbow light, it was Protector Huazhu. The other 3 protectors were temporarily kept by him. He guessed that we are chasing after him. Protector Huazhu sneered. It's a pity that it's useless. Lower 3 Edens. In the cultivator universe, other than you, Dongbo Shui Ing, there is only Monarch Hex Cricket. And Monarch Hex Cricket is guarding the Black Rain Eden, so he can't leave. Protector Huazhu was actually looking forward to Monarch Hex Cricket leaving. The moment he left, the other team would immediately kill their way over. Compared to the treasure in the Black Rain Eden, the importance of Dongbo Shui Ing wasn't worth mentioning. He flew at high speed, and at the same time, he was constantly receiving information. The information was about Dongbo Shui Ing's new approximate location. After flying for more than 6 hours, Dongbo Shui Ing's pupils suddenly shrunk as he stared into the distance. In the distance, there was an undulating mountain range. There were even weeds growing on the mountain range. Dongbo Shui Ing's eyes were extremely sharp, and his physique far surpassed that of a true god. He could even see the legs of an ant from 100 million miles away. There was no need to talk about this undulating mountain range. He could even see the true appearance of the undulating mountain range under the weeds. This was an existence that was lying there in deep sleep. Lying there, its body was huge, and its head was hanging on the ground. From Shui Ing's angle, he could see a pair of huge ears hanging down from its head. Even though its face was covered, Dongbo Shui Ing was still able to see it clearly. Controlling light and the void was not difficult for Dongbo Shui Ing at all. He could clearly see the appearance of that face. Its head looked like a dog's head. This was an existence with a human body and a dog's head. Its body was 100 billion miles long. Only by carefully sensing it could one sense the huge body of this sleeping existence. Its abdomen was expanding at an extremely slow speed. It was estimated that every breath it took would take an unknown amount of time, probably hundreds of millions of years. Thus, the rate at which its abdomen was expanding was naturally ridiculously slow. Only those with high cultivation could barely discern it. The more carefully one sensed it, the more one could sense the strength of this sleeping existence from the minute undulations. Ancient demon? Dongbo Shui Ing finally understood what he had met. Ancient demon. They were nurtured by the demon ancestor through painstaking efforts. They were not real life forms. After all, if a cultivator wanted to become a ruler or reach a higher realm, it was not something that could be achieved with just nurturing. On the contrary, it was the flesh soldiers, mechanical puppets, and others that were much easier to nurture. For example, the black dog in the starting ground could not be considered a real life form. It was painstakingly created by the starting ground's grand ancestor. However, that black dog's combat prowess was incredibly terrifying. It was able to injure the Lake Heart Island master. So was the ancient demon. The demon ancestor was a person that was skilled in many ways. The ancient demons that he nurtured were infamous. Back then, the Lake Heart Island master also had a hard time fighting against him. According to the information, there is an ancient demon sleeping in every paradise of the 6 paths Tianlin. The ancient demons in the lower 3 paradises are all at the ruler level. The ancient demons in the upper 3 paradises are even stronger. Even the rulers are at a disadvantage against them. Dongbua Shuiying thought. Through the 6 ancient demons sleeping in the 6 paths Tianlin, he could tell that the demon ancestor's prowess was far beyond this era. I have to sneak over. I can't wake it up. Dongbua Shuiying carefully held his breath. Even his body started to turn illusory. He started to walk around the mirage world, trying to minimize his movements so that he wouldn't wake this huge fellow. Although the 3 ancient demons in the lower 3 paradises were slightly weaker, they were still at the ruler level. Who? Dongbua Shuiying silently flew around the mirage world, avoiding the ancient demons. He wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. Chapter 663. By the periphery of the slumbering ancient demon, Dongbua Shuiying was carefully flying within the mirage world. He even had the urge to penetrate through the void. That's right. In an ordinary world, one could not penetrate through the void due to the suppression of the 6th heavenly wheel. But in the mirage world, which was created and controlled by Dongbua Shuiying, he could penetrate through the void. This was to prevent the ancestor mother religion protectors from discovering this. Otherwise, if the enemies discovered that Dongbua Shuiying could penetrate through more than 50 billion kilometers in an instant, what was the point of chasing? Thus, despite feeling the pressure in his heart, Dongbua Shuiying could only fly slowly. Who? After flying for a long time, Dongbua Shuiying was still not far from the ancient demon. He had no choice since the ancient demon was too huge. Suddenly, a bubble appeared in midair. This bubble was translucent. It appeared out of nowhere and enveloped the flying Dongbua Shuiying. Even though he was flying within the mirage world, Dongbua Shuiying was still enveloped by this bubble of 5,000 kilometers in diameter. Not good. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed. Following that, the bubble burst, and Dongbua Shuiying, who was originally trapped within the bubble, burst along with it, disappearing without a trace. Dongbua Shuiying's body, including the black armor covering his body, had completely shattered. Amidst his shock, he had already disappeared from midair. Just over half an hour later, a rainbow flame light arrived in the surrounding region. It stopped, revealing Protector Huozhu. Protector Huozhu had a muscular body. His eyes were burning with flames. He stared at the distant ancient demon. With a wave of his hand, 3 companions appeared by his side. Ancient demon? These 3 companions were startled. They had been living in the lower 3 Edens of the 6th heavenly wheel for a long time. Naturally, they knew that the most terrifying existence in the lower 3 Edens was the ancient demon. All of them had the combat strength of a ruler. Who would have thought that there would be an ancient demon here? This is slightly troublesome. The gray-robed female Protector transmitted her voice over. Dongbua Shuiying is hiding here. Are we going to deal with Dongbua Shuiying here? Once we start fighting and awaken this ancient era's fiend, we will be in big trouble. Yes, everyone present agreed. Once the ancient demons awakened, they would attack all life around them. Let's follow Dongbua Shuiying. It won't be too late to kill him after we leave this area. Protector Huozhu frowned and pointed towards the distant void. The cult master has sent news that Dongbua Shuiying should be there, but no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find him. Other than the ancient demons, there is nothing else here. Yes. The other 3 companions also examined it carefully. They were all Law Protector level existences, and were generally able to investigate everything within a range of 100 billion kilometers very carefully. Because the methods they specialized in were different, the methods they used to investigate were also different. However, different methods had the same result. They could not find Dongbu Shuang. No, he's not here. I've checked everything within 100 billion kilometers, but I can't find him. The 3 companions said, Big Brother Huizhu, are you sure he's here? The blue-eyed man asked, Let me ask again. Although Protector Hua Zhu trusted the cult master, he still asked. According to karma, he is just 100 billion kilometers ahead of us. His position has not changed at all. Protector Hua Zhu frowned. Even if he wanted to hide, there is no need for him to hide beside the ancient era's fiend. My guess is that he has fallen into some kind of danger in the Blood Devil Eden. Yes, they were very experienced. The 6 Paths Tianluan's danger always came out of nowhere, and there was no pattern to it. Let's retreat a little further and keep an eye on him. Protector Hua Zhu made his decision. Immediately, the 4 of them retreated cautiously, trying to get as far away from this sleeping ancient era's fiend as possible. His body was instantly crushed, and at the same time he was teleported away. How painful! The moment his body was crushed, even his true deity heart was crushed. But soon after, his body and his true deity heart were completely restored. Only then did Dongbu Shuang see his surroundings clearly. It was a gigantic crater. Within the crater, there was a blood-colored liquid, and he was currently soaking in it. Furthermore, his hands and legs were still chained up. What is going on? Dongbu Shuang was slightly dazed. Under normal circumstances, his body would have been destroyed, and his deity heart would have been crushed. Yet he had completely recovered, as though he had never been injured. Moreover, his hands and feet were chained and imprisoned here. Ancestor Devil. Shuang had no other choice. The Lake Heart Island Master might be more benevolent, but the Ancestor Devil had created the Dark Abyss, giving birth to countless life forms that were guided by dark destruction. One could see Ancestor Devil's personality. My body and true deity heart should not have been crushed before. That instantaneous shattering should be a special phenomenon of void teleportation. Dongbu Shuang thought. According to the reports, Senior Monarch Green was able to instantly shatter and disappear with others. The bubble that burst just now should be some sort of void teleportation. But logically speaking, such teleportation shouldn't cause such intense pain. My body is still in extreme pain. The pain is still increasing. The void teleportation has already ended, so why would the pain increase? It's because of this liquid? Dongbu Shuang looked at his surroundings. He was trapped in this deep pit, but the blood-colored liquid in the pit was actually able to pass through the extreme annihilation mysterious body armor. It was as though water could pass through a sieve. The extreme annihilation mysterious body armor seemed to be filled with countless holes, allowing the blood-colored liquid to easily pass through. It began to corrode his skin, muscles, tendons, and bones, bringing him unbearable pain. Furthermore, as the blood-colored liquid gradually corroded his body, the pain intensified. Let's leave this place first. With a thought, Dongbu Shuang's body began to turn illusory. He entered the mirage world and began flying away. Dang! 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 As he flew, the chains binding his hands and feet snapped, emitting clanking sounds. What? Dongbu Shuang was stunned. He looked at the chains binding his hands and feet. I entered the mirage world, and it followed me. Break. With a thought, Dongbu Shuang attempted to separate his hands and feet from his body. Wong wong wong. Faint patterns could be seen on the 4 chains binding his hands and feet. A formless energy passed through the chains and enveloped Dongbu Shuiying's entire body, preventing him from severing his hands and feet. That's right. If the ancestor devil wanted to imprison someone, how could I escape with my meager strength? But why did he imprison me here? Dongbu Shuiying could feel the blood-colored liquid invading his body. The pain was gradually increasing, but he still maintained his calm. Paragon Huichang was imprisoned in the destruction Eden. That was because he had angered the Lake Heart Island. I didn't do anything in the Blood Devil Eden, so why am I imprisoned here? The pit was only 30 meters deep. The blood-colored liquid was also an unknown substance, be it the extreme annihilation, mysterious body armor, luminous sun force, or world deity energy. They were all easily penetrated by the blood-colored liquid. How can I leave? Dongbu Shuiying looked upwards, carefully searching for an opportunity. Chapter 664. After being bound by the chains, Dongbu Shuiying tried his best to escape, but to no avail. Even my mirage world is unable to escape. My strength is also unable to shake these chains. Most likely, even peak paragons would find it hard to break free. Dongbu Shuiying thought. He might be weak in close combat, but his escaping techniques were definitely top-notch. Unfortunately, he had met with the technique left behind by the ancestor devil. He was still too naive. This is really painful. Dongbu Shuiying couldn't help but frown as he looked at the blood-colored liquid around him. The blood-colored liquid was still slowly seeping into his body. As it seeped into every part of his body, the pain continued to increase. Even with Dongbu Shuiying's cultivation heart and extreme annihilation mysterious body, he still felt the pain. The most painful thing was that this blood-colored liquid was unstoppable. All methods were useless against it. The blood devil Eden of the 6 paths of Tianlin. Even the black soil on the ground is filled with blood. Dongbu Shuiying thought, it is very common for a deep pit to contain blood-colored liquid. I wonder what kind of dangerous place it is. The ancestor devil had reached an extremely high level in the Tao of blood devils. According to the blood demon scripture that he obtained, it was already extremely difficult for him to even cross the threshold. Now that he was being corroded by the blood-colored liquid in this deep pit, his entire body was in pain. Pain! Dongbu Shuiying was unable to break free. He could only endure it. He even recalled the 100 years when he was afflicted by the 6 ghosts' resentment when he was still a transcendent. Although this blood-colored liquid was much more terrifying than the 6 ghosts' resentment, his current body and true deity heart were far stronger than when he was in the transcendence realm. Therefore, the pain brought about by this blood-colored liquid was not as great as the 6 ghosts' resentment poison. At that time, he was in so much pain that he rolled around on his bed. Even his soul was trembling. Unknowingly, the blood-colored liquid had already corroded every part of Dongbu Shuiying's body. The pain had also reached an extreme. Closely following that, the pain started to decrease, and as it decreased, Dongbu Shuiying felt a strange sense of comfort. Ka! The 4 shackles that bound his hands and feet suddenly unshackled and quickly disappeared. Dongbu Shuiying stood blankly in the pit. It's over. Dongbu Shuiying was a little puzzled. He scanned his surroundings and saw that the 4 chains had all retracted back into the stone walls of the deep pit. They had completely disappeared and could not be found anymore. Not even the mirage world could detect it. Bring some blood liquid with me for research. With a single thought, Dongbu Shuiying controlled the void. The void wrapped around the blood-colored liquid within the deep pit and directly teleported it into the Eden treasure. This liquid that could penetrate the luminous sun force, world deity energy, and extreme annihilation mysterious body armor was indeed very mystical. Even wrapping and storing this blood-colored liquid required the use of space. Previously, his body had been suppressed by the shackles. Were it not for the suppression, Shuiying would have long escaped, and he would not have to suffer such pain. Swoosh! In an instant, he shot up into the sky, flew out of the deep pit, and landed on the ground outside the pit. Zhang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings. He was surrounded by a blood-colored fog, and he could faintly see a building in front of him. As Dongbua Shueing walked over, the building became clearer. It was an ancient, blood-colored hall. The walls, pillars, and door of the hall were all modeled. On the door, there were 3 ancient words, Dissolving Blood Hall. Although these words were not from this era, one could understand their meaning with a single glance. Dissolving Blood Hall. Dongbua Shueing came to a realization. It's actually one of the 3 devil halls, the Dissolving Blood Hall. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Not long after I arrived at the Blood Devil Eden, I've already arrived at the mysterious Dissolving Blood Hall? Dongbua Shueing was rather happy. His teacher had long since given him a large amount of information, and the records regarding the 6 paths of Tianluan were very detailed. After all, someone at his teacher's level would know many secrets. In the 6 paths of Tianluan's lower 3 paradises, the 3 devil halls were the safest. The 3 devil halls. They were the Dissolving Blood Hall, the Eroding Bone Hall, and the Refining Heart Hall. These 3 places could not be found through normal means. They were located in the Blood Devil Eden, the Black Rain Eden, and the Icy Snow Eden. It is indeed great luck that I was able to enter the Dissolving Blood Hall. According to the records, this Dissolving Blood Hall should have the Dissolving Blood secret art. Dongbua Shueing strode towards the hall. The hall was silent. After all, it had been a long time since a living being had entered. Dongbua Shueing looked carefully and soon discovered that there were densely packed words on one of the walls. It was the Dissolving Blood secret art that he had been waiting for. Who? Suddenly, a faint light gathered within the hall. Dongbua Shueing turned his head and saw that the light had formed a human figure. It gradually solidified into a blood-robed, cold-looking man. The blood-robed, cold-looking man glanced at Dongbua Shueing. His gaze was still as cold as ever. Since you can withstand the bite of the blood ants, you are qualified to enter the Dissolving Blood Hall. Blood ants. Dongbua Shueing was stunned. He hurriedly said, "That blood-colored liquid in the deep pit is the blood ants." The blood-colored liquid was even able to pass through the extreme annihilation mystic body's armor. From this, it could be seen that even the smallest part of it was extremely tiny. Blood ants? I'm talking. Shut up, said the cold-looking man coldly. Dongbua Shueing was stunned. He could tell that this was just an artifact spirit, but it had such a bad temper. There was nothing he could do about it. This was an artifact spirit left behind by the ancestral demon. Dongbua Shueing could only endure it. After all, it was not worth it to get angry with an artifact spirit. That wall is the Dissolving Blood secret art, the cold-looking man said. Since you have never been to the other 2 halls, you will have to undergo 2 tests in the Dissolving Blood Hall. The first is to master the Dissolving Blood secret art. The second is to defeat a blood beast in the Dissolving Blood Hall. If you succeed, I will bestow upon you a command medallion of the 3 devil halls. With the command medallion, you can head to the other 2 devil halls. Dongbua Shueing understood this as well. He had been lucky enough to arrive at the Dissolving Blood Hall, but that did not mean that he would coincidentally enter the other 2 devil halls. Thus, the only way was to pass the tests left behind by the ancestral demon in the Dissolving Blood Hall and obtain the command medallion. That way, it would be much easier for him to head to the other 2 devil halls. As long as I can pass the tests of all 3 devil halls, the benefits will be far greater than the supreme technique of the destruction paradise. Dongbua Shueing was filled with anticipation. The tests of the 3 devil halls were usually targeted at supremacies. However, luck was also required. Usually, supremacies would not necessarily be able to enter the Dissolving Blood Hall no matter how long they stayed in the Blood Devil Paradise. No matter what, he had to pass the Dissolving Blood Hall. On the other hand, he was not in a rush to pass the tests of the other 2 devil halls. After obtaining the command medallion, he would be able to find the other 2 devil halls at any time. However, if he failed this time, he did not know when he would be lucky enough to enter the 3 devil halls again. It was even possible that he would not have another chance in this lifetime. The blood-robed man said coldly, "Cultivate the dissolving blood secret art. If you can master it within 10,000 years, it will be considered a success. If you can't master it within 10,000 years, I will throw you out." 10,000 years? Dongbui Shui-ing was shocked. He could not help but ask, "Isn't it supposed to be 1,000,000 years?" The information his master had given him was very detailed. The 3 devil halls had 3 great secret arts. Every secret art had to be mastered within 1,000,000 years. The secret arts themselves were not of any help to one's strength. They were merely a kind of test. 1,000,000 years? The blood-robed man sneered. "You are a soldier of the army of destruction. If this was the 3rd universe epoch, I would have killed you a long time ago in the territory of the ancestral demon. Yet you actually want me to give you 1,000,000 years to cultivate? Humph! If not for the ancestral demon's instructions, I would not have given you this chance. 10,000 years. If you can master it, then you will succeed. If you can't, then hurry up and scram. Whenever I see you bastards from Lake Heart Island, I want to kill you all." Chapter 665. Dongbui Shui-ing did not know whether to laugh or cry. So that was the case. With the relationship between the demon ancestor and the Lake Heart Island master. If this was the 3rd universe era, the army of destruction soldiers would indeed be courting death by coming to the demon ancestor's territory. But the demon ancestor and the Lake Heart Island master were no longer in this universe. Regardless of whether they were dead or had other places to go, the 2 strongest existences of the many eras of the universe were no longer around. How could their grudges affect him? Wasn't this injustice? Just 10,000 years. If you can't master it, then scram. The blood-robed man sat down cross-legged at the side of the hall. He could not be bothered to look at Dongbui Shui-ing anymore. There's no need to bother with a weapon spirit. Although Dongbui Shui-ing felt that the other party's attitude was too vile, he knew that the weapon spirit followed the orders of the demon ancestor. No matter how much he hated Dongbui Shui-ing, he could only cause trouble within the limits of his authority. He only lowered the time from 1,000,000 years to 10,000 years and did not chase Dongbui Shui-ing away. It was not that he was benevolent, but that he did not have the authority to do so. The demon ancestor even gave other universe beings a chance. "I'm just a soldier of the army of destruction." He still gave me a chance. Dongbui Shui-ing raised his head and looked at the dissolving blood secret technique. Dissolving blood secret technique. This was a blood secret technique. It was extremely painful when cultivating it. The closer one was to success, the more terrifying the pain. Although he had never cultivated it before, the intelligence reports clearly stated that there were 2 difficulties in cultivating the dissolving blood secret technique. One was a test of one's perception. It was extremely difficult to master a complicated blood secret technique in a short period of time. The requirement for one's perception was extremely high. The other was a test of one's endurance for pain. The deeper one cultivated, the more painful it would be. One had to continue cultivating under the influence of pain, having been tortured by the voodoo poison. Dongbui Shui-ing knew how difficult it was to cultivate under the torture of pain. "Come." Dongbui Shui-ing calmly sat cross-legged in the old hall and began cultivating. Mortals feared pain. At his level of cultivation, he viewed it as a tempering of his life and spirit. The moment he started cultivating, Dongbui Shui-ing's skin was filled with bulging veins, and his blood was pumping furiously. This secret technique is really powerful in its manipulation of blood. As soon as Dongbui Shui-ing started cultivating it, he discovered how amazing this secret art was. As expected of a secret art that is derived from the foundation of the absolute art myriad demon true body. blood condensation secret art, bone erosion secret art, heart refining secret art. These 3 secret techniques were the tests of the 3 devil palaces. However, they all originated from the legendary myriad devil true body. They were all disassembled from the most basic parts of this ultimate technique. This ultimate art far surpassed the fiend ancestors' 6 most famous inheritances. This was because the myriad fiend true body was the final creation of the fiend ancestor. It was a terrifying ultimate art that allowed him to match the Lake Heart Island master. It was said that in order to truly master this terrifying secret art, one had to first master all 6 great inheritances. Just this requirement alone required one to open 6 daos and reach the sovereign realm in all 6 of them. Furthermore, one had to have other external sources of energy to aid one's cultivation. In short, the difficulty of the secret art was extremely high. Just obtaining this absolute art was extremely difficult. One had to enter the upper 3 grotto heavens. However, if one succeeded in the 3 devil palaces tests, this was because one would be able to obtain the most basic scroll of the myriad demon true body. Although it was the most basic scroll, it was still extremely valuable to paragons. Moreover, there were other rewards. Thus, Dongbua Shui-ing felt that he was quite lucky to be able to enter the blood-dissolving hall. Unfortunately, the artifact spirit seemed to be hostile towards the Lake Heart Island master. Dongbua Shui-ing, who was sitting cross-legged, faintly glowed with a red light. This was the glow of the blood in his body. Suddenly, the red light dissipated. Dongbua Shui-ing's skin began to emit a mist of blood. Pooh! Not only did his skin emit a mist of blood, but Dongbua Shui-ing also spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph! The blood-robed, cold-looking man who was also in the hall opened his eyes and sneered. How can this be? Dongbua Shui-ing frowned in doubt. This secret technique is clearly an application of the profound mysteries of the law of the world. I've already opened my Dao path, yet I've just started cultivating it, yet I've already gone astray? It is indeed a secret technique that was disassembled from the foundation of the myriad demon true body. No wonder Ancestor Devil would use it to test the paragons. Dongbua Shui-ing originally thought that since he had opened his Dao path in 1,000,000 years, it should not be hard for him to cultivate this secret technique with his comprehension ability. But he had already suffered at the start. Not just this, even his true body in the material realm had spurted out blood. Clearly, he had failed in his cultivation. Continue. Dongbua Shui-ing completely immersed himself in his cultivation. Days passed, months passed, years passed, within the blood devil Eden. The ancient demon was like a huge mountain range. It was still in slumber, and the 4 protectors of the ancestor mother religion who were hidden in the distance were feeling sullen. It has been 1,000 years. The gray-robed female protector muttered, "We have been waiting here for 1,000 years. Yet Dongbua Shui-ing has yet to appear." The information is not fake. According to the karmic investigation, he is indeed still in that region. Protector Hua Zhu looked at the distant ancient demon. He should be trapped in a certain dangerous region within the blood devil Eden, and is temporarily unable to come out. The gray-robed female protector nodded. "We originally wanted to kill Dongbua Shui-ing as soon as possible so that we can continue refining the medicinal liquid. But by delaying until now, the medicinal liquid has long been wasted. Let's wait," the blue-eyed male added. "We have sufficient time. Let's wait patiently." An old man wrapped in a violet robe, revealing only his eyes, said. The 4 protectors were indeed anxious and sullen. After all, their original plan was to succeed in refining the medicinal liquid before venturing into another dangerous region. But now that the medicinal liquid had been wasted, they could only wait here. In their opinion, he was just a newly ascended paragon. With the 4 of them working together, with Protector Hua Zhu being even more tyrannical, They thought that it would be easy to deal with Dongbua Shuang. Who would have thought that they would have to wait for so long? They had to continue waiting, and they had to be extremely careful not to wake up that ancient demon. When he comes out, we can't let him die a quick death, the gray-robed female protector muttered. The other 3 protectors agreed. They had no pity for the life forms of the cultivator universe. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, in the blink of an eye, 6,000 years had passed. Within the blood-dissolving hull, Dongbua Shuaying's body was trembling as he cultivated, and his face was contorted in pain. Finally, he could not help but groan. "Oh, you actually groaned." The blood-robed man in the corner of the hall opened his eyes when he heard the sound. He revealed an excited smile. "Is it very painful?" "Ha ha ha! Do you think the blood-dissolving secret art is so easy to cultivate? This is one of the 3 foundational secret arts of the myriad devil true body. It has extremely high requirements for comprehension. Those paragons need millions of years to master it, but you want to master it in 10,000 years. Moreover, the deeper you cultivate, the more painful it will be. Even your true deity heart will hurt. It's even more difficult to cultivate under such intense pain." The blood-robed man stood up, admiring the way Dongbua Shuaying trembled in pain. "And here I thought that the soldiers of the army of destruction were very powerful. It's only been 6,000 years, and you've probably only cultivated a small portion of the blood-dissolving secret art. The pain is far from the limit. Only when you're close to mastering it will you know what it feels like. Woo! Although I've never tried it, I've seen many paragons lose their composure at the end. Oh, I almost forgot. You only have 10,000 years. Once the time is up, I'll throw you out. But even if you get out, you can still continue to cultivate and have a taste of the blood-dissolving secret art. Unfortunately, after the time limit is up, it'll be useless even if you master the blood-dissolving secret art. You must master it within 10,000 years. The demon ancestor's test is to test your cultivation state and your comprehension ability." The blood-robed man said, admiring the pained look on Dongbua Shuaying's face. Suddenly, Dongbua Shuaying, who had been in pain, regained his calm. His contorted face also regained its calm. At the same time, he opened his eyes and looked at the blood-robed man. "I only said a few words, and you can't take it any more? Your cultivation state is really ordinary," the blood-robed man said. Chapter 666. Inside the ancient dissolving blood hall, the blood-robed man was still mocking the army of destruction soldier in front of him. Dongbua Shuaying was not angry at all. In fact, he even had a faint smile on his face. He did not want to bicker with the spirit in front of him. Instead, he suddenly released a terrifying aura. Boom! Dongbua Shuaying's body was surrounded by a faint blood mist. Behind him, there was also the image of a huge, strange reptile. This reptile had an extremely long tail that circled around its body twice. The reptile's head was even resting on its tail as it slept. Tiger, cricket totem. The blood-robed man stared blankly at the scene of the phenomenon appearing behind Shuaying's body. Once one cultivated the dissolving blood secret technique to large success, they would be able to produce such a phenomenon. Legend had it that the ancestor devil had created the supreme myriad devil true body back in the day when he had been inspired by those 3 unique life forms. Only then did he begin laying down the foundation for this terrifying absolute art. After combining all of his comprehensions over a long period of time with the help of many external forces, he was finally able to form this true body. After mastering it, even the terrifyingly powerful Lake Heart Island Master would not be able to do anything to the ancestor demon. "You succeeded?" The blood-robed man looked at Dongbua Shuaying and frowned in disbelief. "Did you just reach the final bottleneck?" Just now, Dongbua Shuaying's face was contorted in pain, and he could not help but groan. Now that he looked back, it was clear that he had only groaned at the most painful moment. From this, it could be seen that Dongbua Shuiying's mental state was very high. 10,000 years is indeed a short period of time. My luck is not bad, and I succeeded. Dongbua Shuiying smiled. Humph! The blood-robed man became even angrier as he listened. You, Army of Destruction soldier, are quite perceptive. You finally succeeded. But kid, don't be too happy yet. If you want to obtain the 3 Devil Palaces token, you have to pass 2 tests. The dissolving blood secret technique is only the first test. You have passed the test of perceptive ability, but the second test is actual combat ability. I know. You mentioned it just now. Defeat the blood fiends? Dongbua Shuiying nodded. The message from his master was also very clear. Within 1,000,000 years, he would be able to master the secret technique and win the battle to obtain the token. This token was the token of the entire 3 demon halls. With this token, he could easily be led to the other 2 halls. Even if he failed 10 or 100 times, he could still try again. Therefore, obtaining the token was already half the battle. If he failed, even if his strength increased explosively in the future, if he could not find the 3 demon royal halls, he would be powerless. Yes, it's a blood beast. It's specially bred for battle under Master's command, and its combat strength is extremely powerful. Ordinary venerables would probably be easily crushed or even torn to pieces and eaten. The blood-robed man sneered. I heard that the armors of the Army of Destruction soldiers are very powerful. Don't worry, the blood fiends will eat you up. As he spoke, he pointed to a corner of the hall. Buzz! A drop of black blood appeared in midair. This drop of black blood floated in midair. There were faint golden patterns revolving on its surface. Closely following that hua, the black liquid began to distort and enlarge. Soon, it turned into a mutated beast about 10 meters tall. It was covered in black scales and was walking upright. This mutated beast had a pair of short legs, but its claws were extremely thick and long. Its arms were half the length of its body. There were 3 curved horns on its head. Its bloody mouth was the most conspicuous, and its pair of small eyes were flickering with savagery and cunning. The strangest thing was this blood beast stood there, releasing circular black ripples around its body. These black ripples engulfed the void. Dongbua Shuiying could feel the threat contained within these black ripples. What a terrifying fellow! Just by standing there, I can feel the threat of death. Dongbua Shuiying felt his heart tightening. It's different from those fools from the ancestor mother religion. Those fools have low realms, but this blood beast, nurtured by Ancestor Devil, is definitely not weak in terms of realm. Ancestor Devil was, after all, from the cultivator cosmos. He was merely from the 3rd cosmos epoch, yet he was far ahead of the other epochs. He and the Lake Heart Island Master stood at the apex, looking down on all other experts across the epochs. There were some apex existences in other epochs that were stronger than Bloodblade and the others, but the gap between them and Ancestor Devil was clear. That sword master of your Lake Heart Island is still nurturing an army. The blood-robed man sneered. In terms of war and slaughter, our Ancestor Devil is the one who specializes the most. In the past, if not for Ancestor Devil seeing the potential of your sword master and feeling that he was a good opponent, that sword master of yours would have died long ago. There's an earlier and a later stage in cultivation. Ancestor Devil should have cultivated earlier than sword master. Dongbua Shuiying said, One must know, the starting ground. From start to finish, only the sword master of Lake Heart Island was able to discover its existence and force his way in. Even the black dog that the old ancestor of the starting ground had painstakingly refined to guard, it couldn't stop him, and only took a bite. Luckily, the sword master was rather proud and aloof, and didn't take away the items of the starting ground. If the sword master had taken it away, then there wouldn't be a problem for the later generations. And Ancestor Devil and the sword master of Lake Heart Island were from the same era, yet he didn't discover the starting ground. Or rather, he didn't go there. From this, one could see the difference in strength between the two. Moreover, over the long years, the Lake Heart Island Master had always been publicly acknowledged as the strongest. Dongbua Shwe guessed that Ancestor Devil was only relying on his 1,000 Devil True Body to stand tall. Humph. But in terms of refining subordinates, he is definitely inferior to our Ancestor Devil. Kid, aren't you a soldier of the Army of Destruction? I'm not bullying you. Fighting with blood fiends has always been a rule. If you have the ability, then defeat it. The blood-robed man sneered, following which he looked towards the blood fiend and said, "Do it, Army of Destruction soldier." The standing blood fiend muttered in a low voice. Its bloody mouth slightly opened, and the killing intent in its eyes intensified. "Ever since I've been stationed here, this is the first time I'm fighting with a soldier of the Army of Destruction. Come." Dongbua Shwe stretched out his right hand, and a blood serpent spear appeared. Who? The blood fiend suddenly moved. A blurry black ripple instantly appeared in front of Dongbua Shwe. In the middle of the black ripple was the blood fiend. It brandished a pair of horrifying claws. Countless patterns flowed on its claws, and the black ripple rumbled. A horrifying power of destruction pervaded the surroundings of the black ripple. Dongbua Shwe had a feeling that if he used a weapon to block this attack, he would definitely be smashed away. Die. The blood-robed man stood at the side, calmly watching everything unfold. He was very clear of the strength of the blood fiend. Who? The blood fiend was over 10 meters tall. When it brandished its front claws strangely grew longer, reaching over 10 meters in length. The two front claws instantly slashed across Dongbua Shwe's body. However, it was as if the claws had slashed across the void. Dongbua Shwe still stood there motionlessly. Who? The blood fiend waved its claws, and in an instant, tens of illusions appeared. However, no matter how many attacks were launched, Dongbua Shwe still stood there motionlessly. His body did not even sway. What? The blood fiend and the blood-robed man were somewhat astonished. They could not attack him. Both of them also realized that this black-armored cultivator's body seemed to be both real and illusory. No matter what attack they launched, they could not touch him. Is he in another world? The blood-robed man guessed. Chapter 667. The blood-robed man frowned. This soldier from the Army of Destruction is really hard to deal with. The Tao he opened up is actually another world. Although this Tao is weak in terms of attack, it is very powerful in terms of escaping. The blood fiends can't even touch him. How could he win if he couldn't touch the enemy? That's all you have. Dongbua Shwe stood there and sneered. I'm standing here, but you can't even touch a single strand of my hair. And here I thought that the blood fiends were very powerful. As he spoke mockingly, he was also observing the blood fiends, trying to find a way to defeat them. You will only continue to hide. The blood fiends stopped and stood there with their huge front claws by their sides. They growled. You won't be able to defeat me if you keep hiding. If you can't defeat me, you will be thrown out. I'm afraid you will never be able to enter the 3 demon palaces again in this lifetime. Hide? I'm only giving you a chance to attack first. Since you can't do anything to me, I'll make my move. Dongbua Shwe's words contained a hint of provocation. However, it was clear that the blood fiends were existences that the demonic ancestor nurtured specifically for combat. Verbal provocation was useless. Who? Dongbua Shwe disappeared into thin air. In the Mirage world, if Dongbua Shwe wanted to be discovered, the other party could see him. However, if he wanted to hide, the other party couldn't see him at all. It was just like how the flying dagger would disappear into thin air when thrown out. He really entered another world. The blood-robed man watched silently. In the Mirage world, it was like standing on the shore and looking at the world beneath the water. Dongbua Shui-ing had a unique feeling when he looked at the normal world in the mirage world. The vast universe is mysterious and unfathomable. The normal world is just a world where the majority of life forms live. There are many special places that cannot be touched by the normal world. There are even other universes. Dongbua Shui-ing sighed. The higher his realm, the more mysterious and unknown he felt. He was like an ant under the starry sky. He could only see a small part of it. However, on this journey, Dongbua Shui-ing was still very happy. This was because the more he knew, the more he could control. Now he had already surpassed the normal world and was beginning to control the mirage world that he had created. Dongbua Shui-ing even suspected that the starting ground was similar to the mirage world, just that it was several levels higher. Therefore, any location in this vast universe could be guided into the starting ground, and the starting ground could also be forcefully shifted to any location. The will of the material world, the will of the abyss, the sun star, the moon star, the lake heart island, the 6 heavenly wheels, and all other terrifying existences were unable to resist the forceful teleportation of the starting ground. Dongbua Shui-ing was full of praise for this method. Moreover, from his understanding, the starting ground's ancestor had been to many universes and was probably not a being from the cultivator universe. However, the strongest expert of his cosmos across many epochs, the Lake Heart Island Master, could discover the starting ground and force his way in. He could even break through all the techniques left behind by the starting ground's ancestor. In terms of combat power, even if he was not as strong as the starting ground's ancestor, he should not be too far off. Since the Lake Heart Island Master could do it, our epoch should be able to do it too. There's hope for me to do it too. By then, I'll be able to explore many cosmos and learn more about them. Dongbua Shui-ing revealed a grin. Perhaps by then the ancestor mother religion might just be a joke in my eyes. Cultivation was indeed something that people would become obsessed with. Dongbua Shui-ing walked in the mirage world, looking at the bewildered blood fiends in the ordinary world. He could not help but chuckle. I'll give you a knife first. Dongbua Shui-ing extended his hand, causing a flying knife to appear in it. Who? The flying knife flashed within the mirage world before arriving by the side of that blood fiend. Following that, it entered the ordinary world to attack. Over here. The blood beast moved and swung its claws. With a pung, it slapped the flying dagger that had suddenly appeared and sent the dagger flying. Following that, the flying knife disappeared and returned to the mirage world. What? Dongbua Shui-ing was slightly startled as he kept the flying knife. He looked at that blood fiend in the ordinary world. He could actually discover and defend against it? That time when he fought with Leaf Saint. That time, he had yet to open the Tao of Mirage. He had merely relied on the power of the flying knife to advance in the Mirage world and attack. Leaf Saint had indeed discovered it in advance, but his combat power was much weaker. Furthermore, he had discovered it much later. Even though he could barely defend against it, he was still struck. But this blood fiend was different. He discovered it even faster. Furthermore, he was stronger and could actually defend against the flying knife. Let's do it again. Dongbua Shui-ing was in slight disbelief. I've already opened the Tao of Mirage. According to logic, it should be even more concealed. Show! Another flying knife was thrown out. This time, Dongbua Shui-ing observed carefully. This time he discovered it. When the flying knife entered the range of the black ripples surrounding the blood fiend, the blood fiend immediately discovered it. The black ripples gave me a huge threat. I didn't expect that it could not only defend against the ordinary world, it could even sense the mirage world. Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked. The ancestor devil is truly powerful. A combat creature that he refined is actually able to sense my moves. Fortunately, the range of his black ripples isn't too big. The black ripples only affected a radius of 30 meters. Shui-ing did not find it strange. After all, the ancient demons in the lower 3 Edens were at the ruler realm, and the ancient demons in the upper 3 Edens were even stronger. Even the bloodshed God Emperor and the others had to suffer. One had to know that the bloodshed God Emperor had reached the eternal realm with the shadow world, and the temporal island lord had reached the eternal realm with the Tao of space-time. Clearly, even though their techniques were unique and powerful, they weren't worth mentioning to the ancestor devil. You only know how to throw flying knives. The blood fiend growled as he observed his surroundings. Then have a taste of my spear arts. Dongbua Shuiying's voice reverberated within the hall. At the same time, he was already approaching the blood fiend with his blood serpent spear. However, he maintained a distance of 30 meters from the blood fiend. He didn't enter the range of the black ripples. Who? The blood serpent spear expanded to a length of 30 meters. It instantly appeared from the mirage world and attacked the blood fiend within the real world. There was a fundamental difference between a spear and a flying knife. The flying knife didn't have any transformations, and it was better at concealment. After all, the spear was a spear art. Its transformations were unpredictable, and its might was much greater. Although it only had a single Tao within it, it was the eternal realm Tao of massacre. Its might was tyrannical, and the blood serpent venom within it was also extremely insidious. Other than its concealment, the spear was above the flying knife in all other aspects. In addition, Dongbua Shuiying was proficient in the Tao of mirage. Thus, the spear's concealment was not bad. At the very least, to the blood fiend, be it the flying knife or the spear, as long as it didn't enter the range of the black ripples, it wouldn't be able to sense it. Wang. The spear's shaft twisted, bringing with it a terrifying rotational force. Like a huge snake, it attacked the blood fiend. The blood fiend panicked and tried to block. It was too close. The 30 meters range was too close for Dongbua Shuiying's level. Against the transformations of the flying knife, the blood fiend was able to block it easily. However, against the transformations of the spear art, it was much more difficult for it to block it. After all, it wasn't a true life form. While it could increase its strength, defense, and many other aspects, it was much more difficult to increase its combat prowess. In the first move, the spear brushed past the gap between the two front claws and stabbed into the blood fiend's left chest, creating a fist-sized hole. Hoo! The blood serpent spear transformed into a mirage as it attacked crazily. The blood fiend roared and tried its best to block. However, the blood serpent spear in front of it came from the mirage world. The distance was too close, and it found it extremely difficult to deal with it. Its front claws began to enlarge as it tried its best to block. However, the blood serpent spear would always attack from behind. Pong! Occasionally, Dongbua Shuiying's spear would also be hit by the claws. Within the mirage world, Dongbua Shuiying staggered 2 steps. The power transmitted into the mirage world through the weapon, but it didn't seem to weaken at all. The power is extremely condensed. It's slightly stronger than me. Fortunately, it's still far from injuring me. Dongbua Shuiying was very relaxed. He wasn't even injured, let alone anything else. He opened up another world, so his attacks should be very weak. However, the defense of the blood fiend scales is still very strong. The blood-robed man watched from afar, following which he saw a fist-sized hole in the blood fiend's body. He was stunned, but he was still confident. I didn't expect his attacks to be so strong. However, the blood fiend's vitality is very strong, and it can easily recover. But soon after, he was shocked to find that the blood fiend's wounds were recovering very slowly. The number of holes on the blood fiend's body kept increasing, and its injuries were getting more and more serious. How can this be? The blood-robed man was extremely shocked. Blood fiend, what's wrong? The attacks of this army of destruction soldier are strangely destructive. The blood fiend growled. Moreover, there's voodoo poison on his weapon. It's a very troublesome voodoo poison. The blood-robed man stared blankly at everything. Although the battle was still ongoing, he was very clear about the outcome. The blood fiend's attacks couldn't reach Dongbua Shueing at all, although Dongbua Shueing only injured the blood fiend slightly each time. Its recovery was very slow. If this continued, the blood fiend would definitely be defeated and die. The attack lasted for more than 2 hours. The blood fiend's body finally disintegrated completely, condensing into a drop of black blood. However, the aura of the black blood fiend was very weak. The blood-robed man waved his hand, and the black blood fiend disappeared. "You win," the blood-robed man said coldly. Dongbua Shueing then appeared from nothingness and stood in the hall. "This is the token of the 3 devil palaces." The blood-robed man was very cold as he threw a token at Dongbua Shueing. Dongbua Shueing caught it. Scram! The blood-robed man then forcefully teleported Dongbua Shueing out. A bubble appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Dongbua Shueing. In the empty hall, the blood-robed man snorted and said, "I didn't expect an army of destruction soldier to obtain the token of the 3 devil palaces. Lord Demonic Ancestor is also very merciful. He even gave the army of destruction soldiers a chance." Who? As soon as Dongbua Shueing received the token of the 3 devil palaces, he felt his body shattering and reforming. "This place is—" Dongbua Shueing looked and saw the huge ancient demon sleeping in the distance. "I'm out. I'm still with the ancient demon." Dongbua Shueing chuckled. At the same time, he relied on the mirage world to sense his surroundings. He immediately discovered the 4 protectors of the ancestor mother religion hiding in the distance. The 4 protectors had also discovered Dongbua Shueing. At this moment, their spirits were lifted, and they revealed a joyous look. Chapter 668. Even though Shueing had discovered the 4 protectors of the ancestor mother religion, he still had to act as if he did not sense them. Shueing was carefully concealing his aura on the surface. He had even isolated himself from the surrounding light, sound, and everything else. It was impossible to see him with the naked eye, but the protectors of the ancestor mother religion had other methods of inspection. Dongbua Shueing was carefully observing the ancient demon by his side. He began flying at high speed into the distance. Dongbua Shueing has come out. Protector Hua Zhu looked into the distance. He revealed a sinister smile. "I thought he would never come out again. I've waited for over 6,000 years. What a bitter wait. Chang Yin is dead, and the medicinal liquid refined has been wasted. It's all because of him." The eyes of the gray-robed female protector were faintly emitting light. If it was an ordinary cultivation, 1,000,000 years would be a blink of an eye. But such a bitter wait was much more tiring. They had to pay close attention. Nobody knew when Dongbua Shueing would come out. If they were slightly careless and did not discover Dongbua Shueing, Dongbua Shueing might escape far away or even leave the 6th heavenly wheel. That would be too late for regrets. After leaving the 6th heavenly wheel, the ancestor mother religion could only carefully hide. How would they dare to surround and kill so wantonly? He has made us wait for over 6,000 years. Let's grant him death. The blue-eyed male was filled with killing intent. Everything will proceed according to the plan. An old man wrapped in a violet robe with only his eyes revealed said, "We have prepared so many methods." He even brought along the sacred weapons of the religion. "He is dead for sure," the blue-eyed male said. "Let's go." Who? Following the order of Protector Huizhu, a rainbow flame wrapped around the 4 of them. It rapidly chased after Dongbua Shueing. Even though he had completely unleashed the speed brought by the 5th volume of Luminous Sun and the 5th level of Extreme Annihilation Mysterious Body, he was still far from that rainbow flame. The speed of the rainbow flame left Dongbua Shueing speechless, because the distance between them was too far. 2 hours later, Dongbua Shueing was still flying at a high speed. When he turned back, he could see the sleeping ancient demon in the distance. It is indeed very slow to fly like this. In 2 hours, I can only travel billions of miles. If I use the Mirage World to travel through the void, I can easily travel billions of miles with a single thought. The flaming rainbow behind him sped up even more, and the distance between the two of them had already shrunk to 5 billion kilometers. What are you waiting for? Dongbua Shui-ing thought to himself. He had noticed them a long time ago, but he could only pretend that he hadn't. After all, the other party's concealment techniques were indeed superb. If not for the Mirage World, he would not have been able to discover them. Another half an hour passed. By now, the distance between the two of them had shrunk to a mere 100 million li. For cultivators of their level, this distance was already extremely close. However, since the other party was not making a move, Dongbua Shui-ing could only continue flying forward, pretending that he had not noticed anything at all. This cultivator called Dongbua Shui-ing is too immature. When Big Brother Huazhu made his move, he concealed his aura and isolated all movements, so he didn't notice it at all. The gray-robed female protector sneered. Prepare to act. The crimson-skinned, muscular giant, Protector Huazhu flipped his hand, causing an ancient circular stone plate to appear in his hand. There were many circular patterns on the stone plate, and at that moment, the stone plate emitted boundless ripples that spread in all directions. They are finally making their move. Dongbua Shui-ing, who was flying ahead, felt joy in his heart, though he maintained a look of shock on the surface. He looked in all directions, only to see the world changing color. Boundless ripples spread out in a region of 5 billion kilometers. This region of 5 billion kilometers rapidly turned into a sealed world. Within this sealed world, there were even mountain ranges and surging rivers. In the distance, the 4 protectors of the ancestor mother religion with differing auras appeared. Some of them had cold eyes, some are filled with excitement and killing intent, and some are absolutely cold. Protectors of the ancestor mother religion. Dongbua Shui-ing announced. Who would have thought that they would send 4 protectors to deal with me? They really think highly of me. Why would we dare to look down on you? Off in the distance, the gray-robed female Dharma protector said coldly, I heard that your teleportation technique is even more powerful than the hegemons. Use it once more for all of us to see. If you don't use it now, don't blame anyone else if you die later. Dongbua Shui-ing became silent. The 4 protectors felt even more confident in their hearts. Actually, they had already made a prediction. Such a heaven-defying escaping technique could even conceal karma. Even Bloodblade and Temporal Island Lord were not so heaven-defying. Thus, they were certain that it was not Dongbua Shui-ing's personal strength. Instead, it was the power of some precious treasure, and such a heaven-defying treasure could not be used continuously. There should be all sorts of restrictions. For instance, some heaven-defying treasures would increase the karma of the user. Some would erode the true deity heart. Regardless, everything was fair. The more heaven-defying one was, the more one would have to pay. Such a heaven-defying treasure is something that Dongbua Shui-ing might not be able to use in the short term. At the same time, he should not dare to bring it into the 6th heavenly wheel. After all, it would just be an avatar of his dying body. If he were to bring the treasure in and die, the treasure would be lost. That would be a huge loss. The protectors had already deduced this, but it was Dongbua Shui-ing's reaction that confirmed their suspicions. Escape? Dongbua Shui-ing sneered. Previously, one of your protectors died in my hands, and you want me to escape with just the few of you? But you are quite daring to deal with me right beside the ancient demon. The surrounding world is sealed and you can't leave. Thus, you can't escape even if you want to. As for the ancient demon, no matter how big the commotion caused by the battle is, the outside world will not be able to detect it. Thus, you are doomed this time. Protector Huazhu's voice was grand. Just as he finished speaking, a huge green wooden staff appeared in his hand. The green wooden staff abruptly expanded. Hua. Protector Hua Zhu wielded the huge wooden staff and waved it across the sky. In terms of laws and profound mysteries, it made Dongbua Shueing shake his head inwardly. His realm was indeed low, but his speed and power far surpassed that of Zhen Yindharma. Hong Long Long, the wooden staff arced across the sky, crushing the space. The sealed world was trembling. Clearly, the power of the wooden staff had exceeded the limit of the entire world, causing cracks to appear in many regions. Dongbua Shueing, who had fought with Zhen Yindharma before, was clear that he could not withstand this move. He would most likely be injured. No matter what, Dongbua Shueing was still wielding the blood serpent spear. He was displaying his spear techniques to defend. Pow! At the moment when the wooden staff and the blood serpent spear clashed, even though the defensive technique was profound and only 10% of the other party's power was transmitted to his body through the spear, it was still enough to send Dongbua Shueing flying far away like a stream of light. He smashed into the ground diagonally, forming a huge and deep hole. But closely following that, south, Dongbua Shueing flew out from the surface and into the sky. The defense of this extreme annihilation mysterious body armor of mine is really strong. Dongbua Shueing was not injured at all. The extreme annihilation mysterious body could withstand a strike from White Sovereign King at the 4th level. Even though White Sovereign King's strength is far from this, he is still an apex paragon with a higher realm. Now that I have cultivated the 5th level of the extreme annihilation mysterious body, my defense is even stronger. According to the absolute art, paragons can't kill me. They can at most injure me. This protector from the ancestor mother religion might be strong, but I can withstand it even with my armor. After receiving a move with his weapon, he understood the depth of the other party's strength. Even though the other party could completely suppress him, he could not kill him. You guys should receive a few moves from me too. The blood serpent spear in Dongbua Shueing's hand expanded as it arced across the sky. It began its counterattack, piercing towards Protector Hua Zhu. Die. In the distance, Protector Hua Zhu wielded his wooden staff and began attacking frantically. Xiu! The strange and unpredictable blood serpent spear did not defend against the wooden staff this time. Instead, it pierced towards Protector Hua Zhu's body. This caused Protector Hua Zhu to frown slightly. He extended his left hand to receive the spear, yet the spear was like a huge snake that was constantly revolving and changing unpredictably. Unknowingly, Protector Hua Zhu's left palm missed, and the blood serpent spear pierced into his body. Chi! The closer the blood serpent spear got to Protector Hua Zhu, the more it was obstructed by an unseen force, causing the power of the blood serpent spear to decrease. By the time it pierced into Protector Hua Zhu's body, its power had already been reduced to 30%. When it pierced into his body, it felt like it was piercing into an extremely tough leather. Protector Hua Zhu's crimson skin merely had a white spot on it. It did not even break through his skin. This body's strength. Dongbua Shueing was dumbstruck. He had an armor, yet the other party relied on his skin to withstand the attack. This protector is too strong. I can't kill him even if I try. He immediately understood. Of the 4 protectors, this protector was someone he could not kill. Chapter 669. Pow! At the same time that Shueing stabbed Protector Hua Zhu, the terrifying wooden staff also landed on Shueing's body. With a hong, he turned into a stream of light and was sent flying at high speed into the distance. The internal structure of the extreme annihilation mysterious body armor began to rapidly dissipate the force. Even though Shueing had been smashed far away and was forced to spit out a mouthful of blood, his body was still in perfect condition, and so was his armor. What? He actually withstood it. He actually used his body to withstand Big Brother Hua Zhu's wooden staff. The three protectors who were standing leisurely by the side were shocked. They were extremely confident in Protector Hua Zhu, as he was the leader of their team. Protector Hua Zhu's strength was extremely domineering, and he was able to fight against Monarch Hex Cricket head-on. Even though the Archbishop had already told them that Dongbua Shuiying's armor was extremely strong, they still thought that even if Protector Hua Zhu's wooden staff couldn't kill him in a single strike, he would at least be able to kill him 10 or 100 times. But from the looks of it, Dongbua Shuiying's body was completely fine, and he only coughed out a mouthful of blood. At their level, if not for a portion of their life force being completely destroyed, just coughing out a mouthful of blood was not even worth mentioning. As long as their life force wasn't depleted, they could undergo blood rebirth thousands or tens of thousands of times without losing any energy. And Protector Hua Zhu frowned slightly. Even though he still had a few other moves, even stronger killing moves and forbidden techniques, his normal full-powered attack was unable to injure the other party. Even if he used his forbidden technique, he might not even be able to injure the other party. This Dongbua Shuiying's strength is very weak, but that armor of his is extremely extraordinary. Let's follow our previous plan. We will first trap and capture him. Protector Hua Zhu transmitted. Let's first imprison him. After the first exchange, they changed their strategy. So. The four of them immediately turned into rays of light and spread out, surrounding Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying was also trying to figure out his opponent's strength through the exchange. This dark red skin protector is ridiculously strong. Even a full-powered strike from the blood serpent spear couldn't pierce through his skin. Give up on this one. Try the other three. Who? Dongbua Shuiying's hands did not stop moving. With a flip of his hand, he thrust his spear towards the blue-eyed man. The blood serpent spear streaked across the sky, strange and unpredictable. The blue-eyed man's eyes were cold. He sneered and held a long blade with both hands. The blade was very thin and had many engravings on it. He held the blade with both hands and instantly slashed forward. Hua! A furious slash. The entire world in front of him was sliced into two. At the same time, the saber expanded in size as it slashed towards Dongbua Shuiying furiously. This time, Dongbua Shuiying chose to fight the attack head-on. He did not defend against the slash at all. He could tell that the power of the slash was strangely strong, but compared to the dark red-skinned guardian, it was still a lot weaker. Because Shuiying was the first to attack, he was the first to stab the blue-eyed man's body. The blue-eyed man also used his body to resist the attack. Clearly, he was very confident in his body. This time, when the blood serpent spear approached the blue-eyed man's body, it did not meet with any resistance. Instead, it pierced through the opponent's body, directly piercing a bowl-sized bloody hole. The blue-eyed man's expression did not change. Although his body staggered a little, the power of his long saber was not affected. It continued to slash towards Dongbua Shuiying's body. Pooh! This furious slash caused Dongbua Shuiying to be sent flying again. This time, he was closer to the gray-robed female protector. Trap him, the blue-eyed man transmitted. Clearly, this slash was not meant to kill Dongbua Shuiying. Instead, it was to draw Dongbua Shuiying closer to the female protector. Leave it to me. Countless green vines grew out of the gray-robed female protector's body. The green vines and leaves spread out in a frenzy towards Dongbua Shuiying. Not good. Dongbua Shuiying did not dare to allow himself to be trapped. If he were to be trapped, even if he were to hide in the mirage world, the vines would still follow him into the mirage world. In fact, if he was strong enough, he might even be able to pull the vines out. Go. Dongbua Shuiying pierced his spear towards the gray-robed female protector. The speed at which the spear pierced out was much faster than the speed at which the vines and leaves spread out. The gray-robed female protector frowned. Instantly, Countless vines and leaves surrounded her, forming a sphere. Pooh! The spear pierced into the sphere, piercing through a large number of vines and leaves. Following which, the power of the spear rapidly decreased. Clearly, it was hard to pierce through the sphere. Retract. With a thought, Dongbua Shuiying's blood serpent spear rapidly shrank and retracted. With a flip of his hand, he pierced out with his spear towards the purple-robed old man. Be careful. His weapon is laced with hexing poison. It is extremely hard to expel it. The blue-eyed man transmitted a message. The bull-sized hole on his body was slowly recovering. This recovery speed was too slow. The violet-robed old man, who only revealed a pair of eyes, frowned. He was the one who did not specialize in close combat amongst the four protectors. But even if he did not specialize in close combat, the toughness of his body was not any weaker than Shuiying's. Furthermore, having cultivated to this level, he had his own defensive techniques. Hoo! A layer of black fog started appearing around his body. At the same time, he looked at Dongbua Shuiying. Without his blood, the power of the curse is not strong enough. Although the purple-robed old man frowned, he still muttered softly. At the same time, a strange and formless ripple descended, enveloping Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed slightly. This ripple was very strange. It seemed to have exceeded the limits of this world, and also the limits of his mirage world. It seemed to originate from a higher realm. In fact, this energy wasn't a commonly seen energy, and it wasn't a soul attack. It was an unknown and mysterious attack. When this attack got close to Dongbua Shuiying, it was affected by the life force contained in Dongbua Shuiying, causing it to weaken. Finally, this ripple dissipated. Is this the strange killing curse of the ancestor mother religion that teacher mentioned? It's said that the best medium is blood. I must never let my blood land in the hands of the enemy. Otherwise, the power of this curse will greatly increase. Dongbua Shuiying might have spat out blood previously, but it originated from his body's energy. With a thought, he could retract it without losing any of his energy. Even though he was startled, the blood serpent spear in his hand still pierced towards the purple-robed old man. It pierced through the layer of black fog. The resistance of the black fog was huge. It felt like there were many life forms charging against the blood serpent spear. After its power was reduced to 50%, the spear still pierced through the body of the purple-robed old man. Pooh! This stab seemed to have pierced through the void. It directly pierced through the chest of the purple-robed old man, leaving behind a huge hole. But the other parts of the purple-robed old man's body were not damaged at all. That huge hole was recovering at a similarly slow pace. The crimson-skinned protector can't be injured at all. That female protector is also protected by the green branches and leaves. Without using the Tao of Mirage, I can't injure her either. As for the remaining purple-robed old man and that blue-eyed male, the defense of the blue-eyed male is comparable to that of Zhanyan Dharma, and the purple-robed old man seems to have the weakest physique. Dongbua Shuiying thought. Now that he understood the strength of the enemy, everything became clear. You can't escape. The spreading branches and leaves had already reached where Dongbua Shuiying was. Dongbua Shuiying merely chuckled. His body seemed illusory and real at the same time. Even though it seemed like he was still here, he had already entered the mirage world. Countless branches and leaves arced through Dongbua Shuiying's body, yet they missed. What? Including the female protector. Everyone was startled. Why did they not bind him? It is time for me to act. Dongbua Shuiying chuckled. Wang. The mirage world descended. The illusory realm descended. In the intelligence given by his teacher Bloodblade, it was recorded that the experts of the ancestor mother religion had tyrannical bodies, but their weakness was obvious. Their realms were low. Their powerful bodies gave birth to powerful souls, but their low realms prevented their cultivation heart from reaching a high level. Even though there were those with strong hearts amongst the weak, under normal circumstances, the higher the realm, the higher the cultivation heart. Blood Blade, Abyss Primogenitor, Pang E, and the others all cultivated their hearts to a high level. And amongst ordinary true gods, there were very few who could reach the level of Dongbua Shuang. In the ancestor mother religion, these protectors were usually at the stage for world deity realm, and their cultivation heart was not high. Even though their souls were strong, their cultivation heart realm was low, making them at a disadvantage when facing illusory techniques. And in terms of illusory techniques, in the deity world and dark abyss, Dongbua Shuang lived in the Black Fog Sea and frequently comprehended the illusory realms there. He had even opened the Tao of Mirage, and was definitely ranked in the top 3 amongst paragons. Other paragons might have a high realm, but the Tao they opened was not an illusory technique-type Tao. And Dongbua Shuang's Tao of Mirage was an illusory technique type. Naturally, his illusory techniques were formidable. Have a taste of the illusory realm I created after opening the Mirage world. This was the first time Dongbua Shuang used his illusory realm against an enemy after opening the Tao of Mirage. Furthermore, it was against a protector from the ancestor mother religion. Amen. Protector Huazhu and the other 3 felt the scene before them changing. An unseen energy had even started affecting their souls. Chapter 670. The illusory realm descended. Of the 4 protectors, the blue-eyed male had completely sunk into it. His soul was completely drawn into the illusory realm. Within the illusory realm, he had started a brand new life. He had a true love, a clansman, and a life to fight for. He even had a new name, Blade 9. He had completely forgotten who he was. This was the true sinking state of the illusory realm. It was like a mortal dreaming. Once he was immersed in it, he would forget who he was. His soul would be blinded by the illusory realm, and everything would be under his control, including his life and death. The gray-robed female protector's heart cultivation was not bad. Even though she had been drawn into the illusory realm, her soul was not blinded. She could still maintain the most basic level of consciousness. She knew that she was a protector of the ancestor mother religion, and had been drawn into the illusory realm by Dongbua Shuang from the cultivator cosmos. This is an illusory realm. Break for me. Break. The gray-robed female protector could sense her fleshy body. She controlled the countless green branches and leaves to protect herself. She could sense her fleshy body and the branches and leaves, but she could not see what was happening around her. Her soul could not escape from this illusory realm. At the moment when Protector Huazhu fell into the illusory realm, his powerful soul was roaring, "Break!" The unseen energy on the surface of his body was also tearing apart the illusory realm. Under the influence of his powerful soul and willpower, as well as the surrounding mysterious energy, the illusory realm rapidly shattered. The one who had the easiest time was the old man who was wrapped in a violet robe, revealing only his eyes. His eyes were cold and filled with wisdom. At that moment, his soul and willpower had shattered the illusory realm. Huazhu, hurry up and save the 2 of them, the violet-robed old man transmitted. I know. Protector Huazhu, who had regained his consciousness, also opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of flame. The raging flame turned into numerous fire snakes that slithered in all directions. The speed of these fire snakes slithering was far faster than Protector Huazhu's flying speed, and they quickly flew towards the gray-robed female protector and the blue-eyed man. He could actually display such a formidable illusory realm. This Dongbua Shuang has truly concealed his strength deeply. The violet-robed old man was slightly anxious. Even though Dongbua Shuang knew that experts from the ancestor mother religion were generally weaker in their heart cultivation, the effects of the illusory realm still gave him a pleasant surprise. Although one of them is conscious, he can't struggle out of it. The other one was even more exaggerated. He was completely blinded. Dongbua Shueing was suppressing the joy in his heart. Although the female protector was unable to break free, she was still able to control her body and the vines. It would not be easy to kill her, but the blue-eyed protector was different. His soul was completely blinded, so he could do whatever he wanted. Come here. Dongbua Shueing took a step forward and teleported to the side of the blue-eyed man. He reached out his hand and passed through the mirage world into the normal world, grabbing the blue-eyed man. He grabbed. Keep. Dongbua Shueing effortlessly kept the blue-eyed man into his Eden treasure. Even his soul was blinded. The blue-eyed man seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber, unable to resist at all. Another one. Dongbua Shueing was very happy. It was already very good to be able to get rid of one of them. Time to deal with the other one. Dongbua Shueing split his attention to control the illusory realm, causing the blue-eyed man to sink into it. At the same time, he teleported to the side of the gray-robed female protector. Suddenly, a chain appeared in his right hand. With a wave, the chain entered the normal world and suddenly bound the gray-robed female protector, wanting to drag her into the mirage world. However, the body of the gray-robed female protector was already wrapped tightly by countless branches and leaves, leaving not a single gap. Even the insides of her body were covered with green branches and leaves. When the shackles appeared and wrapped around her, those branches and leaves frantically wrapped around the shackles. A terrifying force acted on the shackles. Shueing wanted to pull them back, but he could not. Instead, the shackles were being pulled outwards. Dongbua Shueing hastily made the chain shrink rapidly. In an instant, it broke free from its bindings and quickly returned to the mirage world. The chain no longer dared to pull the gray-robed female protector. Her body was now completely protected by the vines, and it couldn't be pulled at all. The strength of these vines is even greater than mine. Dongbua Shueing muttered to himself, "That's right." Even the full force attack of the blood serpent spear wasn't able to penetrate these vines. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, those tough vines were forcefully torn apart. A flaming figure rapidly approached. It was Protector He Zhu's flaming doppelganger. This flaming doppelganger had immense strength and was able to forcefully tear apart these vines. After all, the female protector was currently trapped in an illusory realm. Her vines were unable to differentiate between friend and foe. However, Protector He Zhu's strength was much stronger than Dongbua Shueing's. Even though it was just a doppelganger, it was still extremely powerful. Very soon, it arrived beside the female protector. Countless flames immediately enveloped the gray-robed female protector. Dongbua Shueing turned to look. The purple-robed old man had already reunited with Protector He Zhu. Protector He Zhu immediately kept him away. Who? The gray-robed female protector was kept away. Dongbua Shueing's illusory realm was no longer able to affect her. Currently within this sealed world, there were only two people. One was the incomparably furious Protector He Zhu, and the other was Dongbua Shueing, who was in the mirage world. Dongbua Shueing, hand over Protector Zhongxi. Protector He Zhu had a tall and sturdy figure. An unseen energy spread out from his body. "I'll spare your life." "Ha ha ha, you are still so insolent even at this stage. Come if you want to kill me. I doubt you can even find me now." Dongbua Shueing's voice reverberated within this sealed world. Protector He Zhu could not find Dongbua Shueing no matter how hard he tried. "Hand over Protector Zhongxi. What are your conditions? Tell me." Protector He Zhu suppressed his anger. He was an apex existence in the ancestor mother religion. But now, he could not do anything to Dongbua Shueing. He felt sullen, but no matter what, he had to think of a way to save Protector Zhongxi. After all, ever since they entered the cultivator cosmos, they had been extremely careful. Even many paragons had not seen any experts from the ancestor mother religion. It was only in the lower 3 Edens of the 6th heavenly wheel that they had an absolute advantage that they would appear. Ever since they entered the cultivator cosmos, they had only lost 2 protectors. But now an unremarkable Dongbua, Shui-ing, had killed Jin Yundarma. And now Protector Zhong, she had been captured alive. They had indeed looked down on Dongbua Shui-ing. After all, the intelligence report stated that he was a stage 4 world deity. Thus, it was sufficient to send Zhan Yundarma. They were careless and fell for the trap, losing one of their generals. But who would have thought that even with 4 protectors working together, they would still fall for the trap? This Dongbua Shui-ing was actually a rare existence in the cultivator cosmos who had opened an illusory technique Tao path, like White Sovereign King, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, Water Devil King, Monarch Hex Cricket, and others. All of them were formidable, but the Tao they opened had nothing to do with illusory techniques. Even the exalted hegemons, such as the Temporal Island Lord and the Myriad God Palace Lord, were unable to develop illusion-type Taos. There were only so many paragons. Most of them had opened different Tao paths, and only a few of them specialized in illusory techniques. And Dongbua Shui-ing's Tao of Mirage was one of them. The illusory realm was a large-scale technique that could cause all 4 protectors to fall into it. Even though the other 3 were still fine, the blue-eyed male, Protector Zhong, she had completely disappeared. Clearly, he had been captured alive by Dongbua Shui-ing. In this battle, they had lost 2 unjustly. The biggest reason was that they had underestimated Dongbua Shui-ing too much. Just because a paragon that wasn't considered too powerful in the cultivator cosmos had countered them, and because of their carelessness, they had suffered huge losses. He is also very crafty. Everything was premeditated by him. When he was dealing with Zhan Yundarma, he had never used any illusory realm, nor did he use any concealment or escape methods. Protector Huazhu looked around. Within the sealed world, he could not find Dongbua Shui-ing. He isn't in the normal world. Is he in another world? Previously, he had been flying slowly, but it was all fake. He had hidden himself too deeply. Chapter 671. You want me to release a protector from the ancestor mother religion? I will not agree to any ordinary conditions. Dongbua Shui-ing's voice reverberated within this sealed world. He began negotiating with Protector Huazhu. Naturally, this was purely to stall for time. Most of his attention was placed in his Eden treasure. He had even sent his luminous sun force into it, sealing the soul of the blue-eyed male who had fallen into a deep sleep within the illusory realm. Teacher. At the same time, Shui-ing contacted his teacher, the bloodshed God Emperor, through karma. Snow Eagle, what's the matter? Blood Blade, who was concentrating on his cultivation in front of the Cosmos Furnace, replied, I've captured another protector from the ancestor mother religion alive. He has fallen into my illusory realm. How should I deal with him? Shui-ing hurriedly asked. A living protector was much more valuable than a dead protector. But as to how to use him, Shui-ing had no confidence in his heart because he was clear that it would not be easy to directly ask for information. A superpower like the ancestor mother religion should have some defensive measures. Thus he decided to ask his teacher. In front of the Cosmos Furnace, the crimson-robed Blood Blade was stunned. This brat captured a protector from the ancestor mother religion? Since when did a protector become so easy to deal with? Even though he regarded this disciple highly, placing him on the same level as his eldest disciple, Monarch Green, in his heart. But that was only because he thought highly of Dongbua Shui-ing's potential. In the heart of Bloodblade, this little disciple of his was still too tender. After all, he had just opened his Tao path and could only be considered a new paragon. He was still far from the apex paragons like Monarch Hex Cricket, White Sovereign King, and Water Devil King. Compared to Monarch Green, who could fight against rulers, the gap in strength was even greater, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of vision and experience. Like Bloodblade, he had experienced many dangers and opportunities during the Paragon realm. Bloodblade had even been to 2 other cosmoses. Pang, he had also been to other cosmoses and had many opportunities. Compared to these old fellows, Dongbua Shueing, on the other hand, was too tender. He had only cultivated for 1,000,000 years and had just opened his Tao path. The only fortuitous encounter he had was when he went to the starting ground, and it was merely a stage for world deity test. Therefore, in the eyes of God Emperor, Temporal Island Lord, and the others, Dongbua Shueing was just a tender flower bud. They were still very tender and needed to bloom with incomparable beauty. They still needed the nourishment of the earth, the watering of the rain, and the protection of the sun. My disciple has only just opened up his path. He killed one before, and now he's capturing another alive? The ancestor mother religion would probably be speechless. Bloodblade couldn't help but laugh. Even the primal master and the abyssal primogenitor would be flabbergasted if they heard this. These old fellows had only killed 2 protectors over a long period of time. Dongbua Shueing single-handedly killed 2 law protectors. Snow Eagle. Bloodblade might be startled and rueful, but he still instructed Shueing, "Hurry up and inquire about it. The ancestor mother religion will definitely find the true body of this protector. They'll forcefully wake him up soon." "How do we inquire about it?" Dongbua Shueing asked. "Ask him where is the cosmos passage from his hometown to our world." Bloodblade asked, "You have to think of a way to inquire about it. You can't be too direct. I've once captured a protector from the ancestor mother religion alive. The moment I inquired about it, it caused his soul to crumble. It seems that their souls have defensive measures. It's similar to the punishment of oaths. Amen. The location of the cosmos passage is extremely important. It's impossible to ask him directly. We'll have to depend on your methods." Bloodblade said, "Disciple, your teacher believes in you. Within the Eden treasure." "Who?" A luminous sun force avatar appeared out of thin air on a mountain peak and looked at the blue-eyed man who was sleeping soundly on the mountain peak. Dongbua Shueing was speechless. He thought that he would know how to inquire about it by asking his teacher, but it was clear that his teacher did not have the confidence to do so. After all, his previous inquiry had caused the soul of the protector to crumble. "Let's give it a try." Dongbua Shueing began guiding through his illusory realm. That deceived soul was easily controlled. Cosmos Star Map. Dongbua Shueing began transmitting a portion of the Cosmos Star Map into the soul of the other party. The information was transmitted over. A small portion was transmitted over. To make the best use of time, Shueing allowed the Eden treasure to maintain 100-fold flow of time. This was because this protector was too powerful. His body and soul were too powerful. Controlling the flow of time here consumed a huge amount of energy. Dongbua Shueing divided the entire Cosmos Star Map into 10,000 portions, of which 99% were from the deity world. The remaining were from the material realm and dark abyss. He was continuously transmitting small portions of the star map over. Just a moment later, the transmission reached the 6,345th portion. Ho! The green-eyed male who was initially deceived suddenly had many blood strands appearing on his soul. He regained his consciousness. He stared at Dongbua Shueing. "I know. The location of this star map is very important, right?" Dongbua Shueing looked at him. The green-eyed male growled, "It's useless. It's useless." Following that, the countless blood strands cut through his soul, causing it to crumble. "He's dead." Dongbua Shueing frowned. "I've sealed his soul, causing it to crumble on its own. The internal structure of the ancestor mother religion is really tight." He did not dare to ask, because his teacher had once asked him about it. The moment he asked, the other party's soul crumbled. Thus, this time, Shueing decided to transmit a portion of the star map over. Ordinary star maps should not cause the other party to crumble. Only the most crucial locations would cause the other party's soul to be affected by the oath punishment, ancestor mother religion. Within that towering ancient bronze palace hall, the fanged religious leader sat there silently. The entire palace hall had become extremely stifling. A young man clad in a silver robe with fangs appeared out of thin air and said in a low voice, I rushed over as fast as I could and found Protector Zhong, she's true form. But before I could wake him up, his incarnation had already disintegrated and died. After that, he took the initiative to wake up and tell me that Dongbo Shui-ing has found out the location of a portion of the star map. The location of the star map? The fanged religious leader frowned. Yes, it's roughly the size of 10 starfields, the silver-robed teenager said. Our encampment is hidden here. In the future, the cultivator Cosmos will definitely start a large-scale investigation of this region. I would never have thought that Dongbo Shui-ing would actually transmit a portion of the star map into the soul of Protector Zhongxi. Naturally, the star map that eventually crumbled would be of great importance to them. He only divided the cosmos into 10,000 portions. Clearly, he was in a rush. If he was slightly slower, I would have been able to wake Protector Zhongxi and force him to abandon his avatar, causing it to crumble. The huge fanged hunk sighed. Dongbo Shui-ing is just a puny paragon, yet he has caused us to suffer such a huge loss. We lost 2 protectors, and the location of our encampment has been leaked. It's just a small leak. With such a huge area of 10 starfields, it is practically impossible for them to find us, the silver-robed teenager said. Furthermore, this encampment of ours is the most suitable treasure for concealment across the many epochs of our cosmos. Even if they were to appear in front of us, they would most likely not be able to find us. They shouldn't be able to find us. I'm just afraid of an accident, the huge fanged hunk said. Bloodblade and the others had already searched the entire cosmos many times, yet they could not find the location of the ancestor mother religion. But now that the area had shrunk to 10 starfields, the difficulty of searching had drastically decreased. Who would have thought, the huge fanged hunk muttered, we were too careless. From today onwards, we must not be careless even against stage for world deities. This time it was all because of a stage for world deity. Our losses are indeed huge. The silver-robed teenager squinted his eyes. His eyes were faintly emitting a silver light. Within that silver light, there seemed to be a huge cocoon gestating. The silver-robed teenager muttered, Dongbo Shui-ing, I'll remember this brat. The religious leaders and protectors of the ancestor mother religion had firmly engraved the name Dongbo Shui-ing into their minds. It was this young and tender cultivator who had just opened his Tao that had brought them such a huge loss. From today onwards, they would only pay more attention to him and would not dare to be careless. A cultivator who could walk in another world and specialized in illusory techniques was something the ancestor mother religion would not dare to belittle. Chapter 672. Within the Sealed World. Protector Hua Zhu stood in midair, his entire body faintly surrounded by fire serpents. He said in a clear voice, Your request is too excessive. I cannot agree to it. He was also pretending to negotiate with Shui-ing in order to stall for time, but closely following that, his expression changed. Dongbo Shui-ing, you are lying to me. Protector Hua Zhu roared furiously. His roar caused the surrounding void to tremble, causing cracks to appear. Haha, aren't you lying to me too? Dongbo Shui-ing's voice reverberated within this sealed world, within the mirage world. Dongbo Shui-ing coldly sneered as he watched this happen. A world deity spear appeared in his hand. He had brought many such world deity weapons with him. This protector from the ancestor mother religion is indeed much stronger than me. However, I have a good helper. Dongbo Shui-ing abruptly waved his right arm, throwing out the world deity spear. He used all his strength to throw it out. The world deity spear flew within the mirage world. Who It pierced through the void and arrived at the sleeping ancient demon several tens of billions of kilometers away. The sealed world was within the boundaries of the ordinary world. It was impossible for the ancestor mother religion to seal Dongbua Shuiying's mirage world. This gray spear pierced through the void and arrived at the ancient demon, entering the ordinary world from the mirage world. The spear pierced into the butt of this sleeping ancient demon, who asked that place to protrude the most, and it was also the closest to him, compared to the protectors of the ancestor mother religion. His strength was nothing much, but amongst the cultivators he could fight against apex paragons. The buttocks of the ancient demon trembled slightly, and this world deity weapon completely disintegrated with a pung. The ancient demon, with the head of a dog and the body of a human, slowly opened its eyes. It had a pair of yellow pupils, cold and emotionless, and filled with killing intent. It turned its head and looked in the direction of the sealed world. Almost instantly, its gaze landed on Dongbua Shuiying, who was hiding in the mirage world. Its gaze caused Dongbua Shuiying to feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. The formless pressure caused him to feel terrified. "You know that I'm the one who did it." Dongbua Shuiying was shocked. Boom! The 100-billion-mile-long primordial demon waved its right claw. Rip! In the blink of an eye, his right claw had reached the sealed world that was tens of billions of li away, tearing it open and arriving at where Dongbua Shuiying was. Although it took a long time to describe, it actually happened in an instant. The speed at which this ancient demon waved its claw had reached the stage of teleportation. Even though it was tens of billions of li away, its claw had already arrived in front of Dongbua Shuiying. Even though Dongbua Shuiying was hiding in the mirage world, he could still feel an unseen force tunneling into the mirage world and bombarding on his black armor. Hong, hong, hong. Only then did Dongbua Shuiying react. He had already spurted out blood as he flew backwards. At the same time, Dongbua Shuiying discovered that the claw had yet to enter the mirage world. But the unseen force from the claw had tunneled into the mirage world and bombarded on his body. Furthermore, his true deity heart had been affected and had started to stagnate. In other words, his thoughts had slowed down. Only after being struck did he regain his ability to think normally. By then he had been blasted away. Run, run, run. So. Dongbua Shuiying immediately teleported more than 50 billion li away. He directly teleported more than 100 billion kilometers away before letting out a sigh of relief and looking at the distant ancient demon. The ancient demon looked in the direction of Shuiying, but it did not continue chasing after him. Instead, it turned its head to look at the other protector Huazhu, who was still in a state of shock and had fire snakes coiling around his body. The information given by teacher isn't fake. After the ancient demon awakens, it will not differentiate between friend and foe. It will attack all living beings, but it will only attack within a range of 50 billion li. Once we escape to that range, we will no longer be chased. Dongbua Shuiying thought. If the ancient demon were to chase after him in a frenzied manner, the ancestor mother religion would not have dared to send so many protectors here. Ancestor mother religion, this is my gift to you. Dongbua Shuiying looked down. There were some faint scars on the extreme annihilation, mysterious body armor. What a fellow! He can't even enter the mirage world. Just the energy he transmitted into the mirage world is enough to injure me. If not for the mirage world, I would most likely be killed in an ordinary world. Dongbua Shuiying mumbled. It is indeed a ruler. This ancient demon had the strength of a ruler, but because it was a life form that was refined, it was slightly lacking compared to ordinary rulers. It was roughly equivalent to a ruler who had just broken through. Its strength should be closer to Monarch Green's. Dongbua Shuiying teleported within the mirage world and escaped. As for Protector Huazhu, it was tragic. Ancient demon? Looking at the ancient demon that was 50 billion li in size, Protector Huazhu's expression changed. it is Dongbua Shui-ing who awakened him. This human-bodied, dog-headed ancient demon was still half lying on the ground. Its huge dog head was staring at Protector Huizhu. Its eyes were filled with killing intent as it let out a low roar, die. Its roar engulfed the world. It even generated an unseen shockwave that spread outwards. Closely following that, it waved its claws. Different from Dongbua Shui-ing, Protector Huizhu was in a much better state. Under the unseen pressure from the ancient demon, he could still maintain his basic thoughts. He waved the wooden staff in his hand with a furious roar. As he waved it, countless fire snakes appeared around his body. They coiled around his right arm, and the power of the wooden staff was much stronger than when he fought with Dongbua Shui-ing previously. In terms of strength, this move of Protector Huizhu had unquestionably reached the ruler realm. It was incomparably ferocious. But when the ancient demon's claw struck out, even before the claw touched the wooden staff, it released an invisible force that caused the wooden staff's speed to rapidly drop. By the time the claw struck the wooden staff's speed had completely stopped. Pum! Protector Huizhu's body exploded from the impact, turning into 3 streams of fire that scattered. In the distance, the 3 streams of fire converged back into Protector Huizhu. However, his face was much paler than before. Damn. Protector Huizhu gritted his teeth. He was not afraid, even if he met Monarch Hex Cricket head-on. But this ancient demon was undoubtedly at the ruler realm. It was impossible for him to escape easily. Ancestor Mother above. Suddenly, a withered yellow leaf appeared in front of Protector Huizhu. The leaf seemed to be lifeless, yet it was emitting a vast energy. That energy was so high and mighty that it was even stronger than the ancient demon in terms of quality. Protector Huizhu opened his mouth and swallowed the leaf into his body. A layer of hazy, withered yellow light appeared on the surface of his body, and his body began to expand. Pum! The ancient demon's claws struck out again. Protector Huizhu waved his wooden staff to defend. Pum, pum, pum! Every strike caused the world to shatter in a region of 5 billion kilometers. The ground sank, forming deep pits. Its power left Dongbua Shui-ing speechless, so ferocious. That protector of the ancestor mother religion seems to have become much more ferocious. Even so, Protector Huizhu was still sent flying every time. He would spurt out blood every time. But at least his body remained intact, and it did not shatter. It seemed that after eating that leaf, his strength and defenses had become much stronger. He was sent flying time and time again, but he had to escape every time. His current flying speed had become much faster, and he could travel tens of millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye. It isn't easy to fly out of a region of 50 billion kilometers. Dongbua Shui-ing watched silently during the escape, other than eating a withered yellow leaf. Protector Huizhu had also donned a strange silver armor as he fled. The silver armor glowed with light, and as it was whipped over and over again, the light on the silver armor gradually dimmed. But after fleeing for close to an hour, the ancient demon finally gave up on chasing after him. He really managed to escape. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head inwardly as he saw this. I thought the ancient demon would be able to kill him and eliminate the 3 protectors in one fell swoop. Clearly, Protector Huizhu and the others were a small team. Being the leader of the team, Protector Huizhu naturally brought along some precious treasures with him. During crucial moments, he could protect his comrades. Previously, Dongbua Shui-ing's illusory realm had descended on a large area, preventing him from saving his comrades. That ancient demon stood up straight and roared towards the sky. His roar created a shockwave that spread in all directions. It was transmitted extremely quickly, even though they were separated by more than 50 billion kilometers. Dongbua Shui-ing could still feel the spatial ripples above him. Following that, the ancient demon disappeared. It seems to have found another place to sleep. Dongbua Shui-ing thought, its strength should be comparable to my senior brother Monarch Green. In fact, its usage of the realm is slightly weaker. It seems that I am still lacking compared to my senior brother and the others. Dongbua Shui-ing watched the battle and became more clear-headed. Time to head to the 3 devil palaces. Dongbua Shui-ing immediately teleported towards the other paradise of the 3 lower paradises, the Black Rain Paradise. So. This time his speed was much faster. Every time he teleported, he would cover a distance of 50 billion kilometers. He was rushing towards the passageway between the Blood Devil Paradise and the Black Rain Paradise. Chapter 673. The sky was dyed blood red. Protector Hua Zhu landed on the mountain peak with an ugly expression. He turned back to look in the direction of the ancient demon. Not only did we use a leaf from the Void Ancestral Tree, we were even forced to use the Ancestor Mother Protective Sacred Armor. More than half of the energy stored within the armor has been lost, and not only did we fail to deal with Dongbua Shui-ing, we even suffered such a huge loss. Huazhu, a voice sounded in his mind. Religious leader. Protector, Huazhu transmitted. How is it? We have suffered such a huge loss. We have to think of a way to deal with this Dongbua Shui-ing. I have already discussed with the other religious leaders, and we have decided not to become enemies with Dongbua Shui-ing for the time being. That voice continued. What? We are letting it go just like that? Protector Huazhu was unwilling. This was the greatest humiliation he had suffered ever since he came to the Cultivator Cosmos. The 2 protectors leading the team had died one after another, and he had even lost some of the important treasures he brought with him. All of these made Protector Huazhu feel humiliated. Religious leader, we have the absolute advantage in the lower 3 Edens. We can pay a higher price. As long as we kill Dongbua Shui-ing, we might be able to obtain the mysterious treasure that allowed him to teleport away. Protector Huazhu said, Dongbua Shui-ing is able to open another world, and he cultivates the strongest defensive absolute art in their cosmos, the extreme annihilation mysterious body. You have said it yourself, that even the ancient demon could not kill him. He could escape hundreds of billions of kilometers away in an instant. Furthermore, our protectors do not specialize in their realms and are unable to harm him at all. The religious leader continued, But we can use the treasures of the religion. Protector Huazhu said, It's not worth it. The religious leader continued, This time our losses are not small. Who dares to say that Dongbua Shui-ing is not a trap set by the Bloodblade? Dongbua Shui-ing might be carrying a treasure bestowed by the Bloodblade. At that time, we will suffer even greater losses. Furthermore, he might be able to use that escaping technique again. Even if we send the treasures in, it will be useless. Indeed, Dongbua Shui-ing was now at the opening realm, so he could definitely go to the starting ground. However, he was at the bottom of the honorables, so he would definitely die if he went to the starting ground. But if he were to fall into a desperate situation where he could not escape and everything he had would land in the hands of the ancestor mother religion after he died, Dongbua Shui-ing would rather return to the starting ground. No matter what, he could not let the ancestor mother religion benefit. But Protector Huazhu felt aggrieved. This Dongbua Shui-ing's offensive prowess is just average, but his survivability is incredible. The price to kill him is too high. Even if he leaves the 6 paths Tianluan and is in the normal celestial realm, I have no confidence in killing him. This matter has already been discussed and decided by the various sect masters. There's no need for you to say anything more. Yes, Protector Huazhu could only accept the order. Stay away from him. Since you can't kill him, just ignore him. After the hierarch finished instructing, he cut off the connection. The ancestor mother religion decided to ignore this troublesome Dongbua Shui-ing, and the rulers at the highest level of the cultivator cosmos were in an uproar. Abyss, primogenitor, primal master, Empress Qian, he, Purgatory ruler, and others were all shocked. It was fine that Dongbua Shui, Snow Eagle, killed 2 ancestor mother religion protectors, one after another. After all, killing Zhang Yin Dharma had given them a shock. And now he killed Protector Zhongxi. They could only sigh in admiration. But when Bloodblade took out the star map provided by Dongbua Shuang, the base of the ancestor mother religion and the location of the Cosmos Passage should be within this star field. All the rulers were shocked at that moment, because the cultivator Cosmos and the ancestor mother religion were fighting. The most crucial thing was to find the base of the ancestor mother religion and that Cosmos Passage. As long as they destroyed the Cosmos Passage, the ancestor mother religion would not be able to send any more experts over. The members of the ancestor mother religion in the cultivator Cosmos would be like water without a source. Hence, the location of the Cosmos Passage was crucial. The ancestor mother religion would most likely build their base near the passage and protect it well. Even if the cultivator Cosmos discovered the location of the passage, they would have to attack the base of the ancestor mother religion first. Otherwise, they would not be able to destroy the passage. That was the crux of the conflict. Bloodblade, Primal Master, and others had been searching for the location of the Cosmos Passage and the base of the ancestor mother religion, but they could not find it. After all, it was within the 6th heavenly wheel that the ancestor mother religion protectors were arrogant. Outside, they were extremely cunning and careful. Many paragons had yet to meet the protectors of the ancestor mother religion. One could see how secretive they were. Just a region of 10 starfields? Good. Ha ha ha, that's great. With such a big region, we'll have to spend some time to search through every region. Let's find the ancestor mother religion. The rulers of the cultivator Cosmos were filled with fighting spirit at that moment. They had nowhere to use their strength for so many years. They were different from the ancestor mother religion. Even if they died in battle, their true bodies could rapidly refine another avatar. They were not afraid of death. With such an advantage, why would they fear battle? But they could not find any enemies in the past. Bloodblade, this is found by your disciple. It's that person called Dongbua Shuang. He is quite formidable. What doubt did he open? Previously, you did not say anything even when we asked. Now that the ancestor mother religion knows about it, it's time for you to say it. The rulers were all pleasantly surprised. Previously, killing the protectors had only slightly reduced the strength of the other party. After all, the foundation of the ancestor mother religion was still those religious leaders. However, this star map was the key that would affect the outcome of the battle. Tao of Mirage. Bloodblade answered. No wonder he could walk in the Mirage world, preventing the ancestor mother religion from injuring him. He is also good in the illusory realm. No wonder he could capture a protector alive and obtain information from him. The rulers were enlightened. It was difficult to capture the protector alive, but even if he was captured alive, it would be even harder to interrogate him. The protectors of the ancestor mother religion could completely sever their 6 senses, and there was no way to interrogate them. It was only because Dongbua Shui caused the other party to fall into an illusory realm that they could interrogate him. The other party did not resist as he received the information transmitted by Dongbua Shuang. Many star maps, all the way until the crucial star maps caused his soul to collapse from the backlash. This brat has contributed greatly. We must not mistreat him. Primal Master took the initiative to say, Right, we must not mistreat my disciple. Bloodblade added, Bloodblade, in terms of treasures, you are above us. Temporal Island Lord sneered. He was not too willing to hand over too many treasures. This implicates our entire cultivator Cosmos. This brat Snow Eagle has contributed greatly, and we must not treat him as if he did not exist. Abyss Primogenitor added, the top 3 existences in this cosmos, Bloodblade, Abyss, Primogenitor, and Primal Master, had spoken. Empress Qian, he, and the others also agreed. Temporal Island Lord did not say anything else. All of you should know that my disciple might have a high comprehension ability, but he has opened his Tao path when he was a stage 4 world deity. This is too troublesome. Unless he becomes a ruler, he will not be able to transcend. Thus, we have to think of a way to increase his chances of becoming a ruler. Bloodblade had long prepared for this. He deliberately said this. Speak directly, Temporal Island Lord urged. My thoughts are very simple. Bloodshed, God Emperor began. Blood Devil Eden. So. Dongbua Shui Ing walked within the mirage world. He teleported time and time again. This time, his speed was much faster than before. I have arrived. Dongbua Shui Ing looked ahead. The blood clouds in the sky had formed a maelstrom. Within this maelstrom, space was vaguely distorted. Dongbua Shui Ing was clear that this maelstrom in the sky led to the Black Rain Eden of the 3 lower Edens.